Okay, the time is 10 a.m. and I will call the Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 regular council meeting to order and begin with the land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous people, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis, and the city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. And because we have people who are not regularly in our audience, just as housekeeping, if for any reason there's an emergency, please exit through the chamber doors. If those ones are blocked, then exit through this side, just follow some staff to the muster points, and the muster point is at the south end of the parking lot. But just remember, go with staff, and then we know you're safe and accounted for. And washrooms are located in the main entry in the lobby. Thank you. All right, so with that, we do have consent agenda items, which would be 3.1, the minutes, public auction, 7.3, and 7.4 to reschedule the meeting. Councillor Harris?
I'll move the consent agenda, but I have a question on item 7.3.
Okay, what is your question?
We have the legal address and the reserve bed, which I understand. Why do we not have the civic address listed in the list? Because I don't recall that's information that's protected under FOIP or any other legislation. Because it would be easier, because who knows where Plan 556, 837, and
Okay.
Block 2 is.
We'll see if she can answer that.
It's not a biggie, but I was just curious.
Yeah, if it's not pertinent to whether or not we approve that, we can take that away as an information request. I don't think there's anything that would hold us back from providing that information. But maybe just let us have a quick discussion on it, and we can do a follow-up after the meeting.
It's more of a clarification, because if we're going to publish this thing publicly, then ultimately the civic address would give somebody that might be interested in submitting a reserve bid an opportunity to do so, as opposed to having to go through the legal address process.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We'll take that away.
Anyways, I put that motion on the floor then, that we approve the consent agenda for June the 25th to 2024.
Okay, for the items that are listed. And if any of the items wish to, if anybody wants to have any of the items severed, they may also do so. It's also open for discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly?
I have a question, but sorry for interrupting. Perhaps Councillor Harris should make the motion, and I'll ask it as part of the... You did already? Thank you. Simple question. What happens if we don't get a bid equal to or higher than the reserve bid?
Through your worship. Oh.
Nope, you had it on.
Sorry about that. Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, then the property just doesn't sell. We have options after the tax sale process, whether the city takes ownership of it, or after 15 years it would default back to the municipality through the tax recovery process.
Actually, it does continue in the tax recovery process, and ultimately it would not be taken over until such time as it has been determined that it comes off the list.
Through your worship, yes, you're correct. Yes, it does stay in the tax recovery process.
Because I don't understand anything. That didn't help a whole bunch. Sorry. The bid isn't received. It's suitable. It stays on the inventory. Do we reissue with a lower bid? Because obviously that's not market price if we're not getting any tenders. Or how does the tax recovery process continue to function till this event is, or this problem is looked after, resolved?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, if the reserve bid under the MGA is determined by a licensed appraiser, and so anything below that, today we establish what the reserve bid price is going to be based on the reserve bids that we have from the appraiser. And once those have been established, then we wouldn't accept anything lower than that. So then under the MGA, it stays in the tax recovery process until the city or the municipality would then take ownership of it down the line.
Or the owner redeems it by paying the
Or the
outstanding
owner
taxes.
redeems it, correct.
I'll let you answer any of that on your close.
Yeah, so the actual process is it sits there until the city has to do what to take ownership?
We either take a tax forfeiture title and update the Alberta land titles, and then we become owners of the property, or we do nothing, and then it's after 15 years, by default, we become owners of the property.
15 years?
Correct.
That's handy. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no other questions. Councillor Harris on close on the motion.
I had the great honor to do at least 6 tax sale processes in a former life, and I don't think it's changed much, but it's something that has to happen, and so we're setting the reserve bids today. So I so move.
Okay,
Close.
thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Thank you for coming down. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now I have no delegations that are registered. I will ask if there's anybody in the audience. I think I know those two. If there's anybody who wishes to speak to any of the items that won't have a public hearing, you may come down now. I don't think there is anybody, so we'll move on from delegations, and we move straight on to presentations. 5.1, 2023 Audit Findings Report. Sheldon Jacobs and Christina Lothian. Clayton Northey and all of our staff. Who's introducing it? Okay.
Good evening, or good morning, Your Worship. I'm here today with Sheldon Jacobs and Christina Lothian from KPMG, who are going to be presenting their the 2023 audit findings. Following that, we will be presenting the financial statements and the annual report, and requesting approval of requesting approval for the financial statements and the allocation of the 2023 deficit. With that, I'll pass this off to KPMG.
Great, thank you.
Good morning and thank you. On behalf of KPMG, it's a pleasure to be here this morning to present our audit findings on the consolidated financial statements for December 31, 2023. Before I jump into things, I'd just like to thank the staff and management of the city for their assistance throughout the course of our audit. Full cooperation was granted to us, and that's absolutely necessary for us to do our job. So with that, I'll jump into some of the highlights of the audit, and then we'll go through some of the slides here as well. We'll touch on the high points since Council's had our presentation in advance of the meeting, and be pleased to answer any questions along the way. As of today's date, we are substantially complete the audit. There's a couple outstanding items that are quite procedural, which we'll talk about on one of the next pages, but for all intents and purposes, we're complete. We did have two kind of key focus areas this year during the course of our audit, one of which we spoke to when we presented our audit plan prior to the commencement of our audit, and that was on the concept of asset retirement obligations, so we'll touch on that as well. And then also during the course of the audit, we did discover that there was employee obligation that wasn't historically recorded in the financial statements. And that was something that was worked through with administration to identify the quantum, or to quantify the quantum of that liability, and to get that amount recorded in these financial statements. So that item did result in an addition to our work plan, as well as it did impact the timing of completion of both the financial statements and the audit. Every year we report to council on any misstatements that we identified during the course of an audit. The only one this year of any substance is in relation to the previously unrecorded employee future benefit, which we'll speak to. And then we also have some observations that arise from our audit with respect to some process improvement points. So with that, I'll jump into slide number 5. As I mentioned, we're substantially complete the audit. When this presentation went out to council last week, there were 5 items that we're still working on. The first 2 items have been fully completed, and there's no additional findings resulting from those 2 items. The remaining items are standard course. So we obtain a representation from management, a written representation from management that asserts that they've been fully cooperative during the course of our audit and provided us the information we needed to perform and complete our audit. So we expect to have that signed as of today's date. In conjunction with that, we obtain subsequent event updates. So we update our understanding of any events subsequent December 31st, 2023, right up to the date when we sign our auditor's report. So we'll update that again later this afternoon. And then if council approves the financial statements, that pretty much brings the audit to completion for 2023. In addition to the consolidated financial statements, we also issue supplemental audit reports on some compliance reporting that the city has, one of which is the Municipal Financial Information Return, the Family and Community Support Services special reporting on that program, and then we also have recently issued our auditor's report on the Fort Saskatchewan Library Board. There are no matters that have arisen from those audits that need to be raised with council today. Those audits have been completed without any issue. Moving on to page 6, I won't get into a lot of detail on this one because we've talked about it extensively in the past, which is there was a new accounting standard this year which all municipalities across Canada had to adhere to, which is in relation to recording asset retirement obligations. Just as a quick reminder, that's the cost of remediating an asset at the end of the service life of the asset. Historically, municipalities would record that cost when it was incurred, so at the end of the life of the asset. Under the new accounting standards, that liability has to be built up over time from the date you either construct or buy the assets, so that when you get to the end of the life of the asset, there is an obligation and there's been recording for those costs all the way through the life of the asset. Those costs have been reflected while the asset was in service, as opposed to all at the end of the life of the asset. So in this slide, we've provided a summary of the procedures we performed during the course of our audit. And we have no specific or significant findings to report. The financial statements reflect the asset obligation. There's extensive disclosures in the financial statements with respect to that obligation, which are disclosed in note 1R to the financial statements. And for all intents and purposes, the transition to this new standard has been completed. In our auditor's report this year, our auditor's report is a little bit different as a result of this standard change. We have 2 additional paragraphs in our auditor's report. One draws the attention of the reader to the fact that there was a change in accounting policy. And the second one is in reference to the fact that the financial statements for prior years have been restated. So the 2022 financial statements have been restated to include the asset retirement obligation, and our auditor's report makes it clear that we have audited the adjustments associated with that restatement. For all intents and purposes, it continues to remain a clean auditor's report. The next item on page 7 is a new item, and this was not contemplated in our audit plan that was presented to council previously. during the course of our audit, we had identified that the sick leave obligations that the city has in their benefit plans for employees has historically been recorded in the financial statements. It's just been recorded when employees had actually taken their leave. There's an accounting standard that actually requires that expenditure be recorded when employees earn the benefit as opposed to when they take the benefit. So that was a matter that was previously not accounted for in the financial statements. Worked through that with administration. Administration had hired an actuary to assist with determining the measurement of that obligation at the end of the year. That liability, and it's a liability that is a cumulative amount. So it's not an amount that just arose this year. It's arisen over a course of a number of years, was estimated by the actuary to be approximately $1.1 million. That amount has been recorded in the financial statements that you have in front of you. So this matter has been addressed. Technically, the obligation should have been recorded in past periods over the course of time, as the amount was not material in relation to the financial statements taken as a whole. Administration has recorded the full $1.1 million in the 2023 financial statements. That amount does not impact our auditor's report. Again, we do concur with the fact that it's not material to these financial statements, nor would have it been material to historical financial statements such that it would have required any past financial statements to be restated. So the amount has been addressed, it's been measured, and going forward, would not expect to have this type of adjustment going forward. Moving on to page 8 and 9 actually is where we speak to any misstatements that we discovered in the course of our audit. And I'll just go to page 9 here quickly. So as I mentioned, we did identify the obligation for the sick leave that should be recorded. As I previously mentioned, that's an obligation that theoretically would have accumulated over time. Since it was all recorded this year, we have to identify in our files and report to council that theoretically that expenditure that went through in the financial statements this year is a misstatement of those financial statements, because the only incremental amount that should have went through the financial statements this year would have been the incremental increase in the obligation from last year. But again, as this is a period where this item is being corrected, it is being corrected as an out of period immaterial error and does not have a bearing on our auditor's report. Moving on to slide 10, I'll pass the presentation over to my colleague Christina to walk us through the next few pages.
Thank you, Sheldon. So the next page, slide 10, just describes and summarizes considerations that we make to the internal controls over financial reporting that the city has when we're planning and performing our audit. Although this understanding can be limited to an extent, it does allow us to sometimes identify observations and process improvement points that we can then bring forward to you. I would like to also comment to the fact that we did not identify any significant control deficiencies. These are all just general improvement observations that can be taken by management and going forward. Moving on to the next slide, our first observation surrounds the tangible capital assets records. As Sheldon spoke to, we did do some extensive work over the asset retirement obligation this year, and through that work we identified 2 sub-observation points. So the first one was through the course of our testing over the scoping of the assets for the obligation itself. We tested a sample of the buildings for the build date that was recorded in the TCA submodule. There was one instance in which that build date had not matched to the underlying supporting records. We did speak with management about it, and it was subsequently corrected, and we have no further comments or recommendations around that at this time. The second subpoint relates to reporting in the systems through the Microsoft Dynamics GP submodule. One of our requests was relating to a backdated subledger for the TCA. And there were some difficulties obtaining those reports just due to limitations of the software itself. Although we were able to ultimately obtain that report, it did cause some delays in our audit process. We have spoken to management about this as well, and we have been advised that there's a new system being implemented in 2024 that allows greater reporting. So we don't have any additional recommendations at this time, and we consider the first observation to be rectified. Moving to the next slide, there's two observations here. The first one relates to the audit procedures we performed over the accumulated non-vesting sick leave data. As part of our procedures, we tested the reliability and accuracy of the underlying data that the actuary utilized to complete their valuation. Through our preliminary testing, there were some errors identified across the data points, primarily as a result of the level of manual intervention required to compile 6 years of information together for the first year of the obligation. Management was great with working with us to revise the data, correct the errors, and provide updated data sets for us to test. Ultimately, we were able to get through the testing over the final data set without any errors. We do expect this to be limited in future years, given that there will only need to be incremental annual data provided to the actuary, and it won't be going quite as far back historically as well. The last point relates to IT policies and procedures. As part of our audit planning and procedures, we do make various inquiries in respect to understanding the IT systems and security. As a result of this, we have made and provided management with observations for their review. These observations are meant to describe opportunities to enhance practices around the IT systems and security itself.
Thank you, Christina. That concludes the formal portion of our reporting to Council. In the document or in our report, there are a number of appendices. I'll draw attention to two of them, which is Appendix A and Appendix C. Appendix A is a draft of our auditor's report. Again, that's a clean auditor's report with certain modifications in respect of the adoption of the asset retirement obligations standard this year, and that wording is a standard modification to the auditor's report. And then secondly, there's a draft of the management representation letter, which we will be asking management to sign and provide to us to complete our audit. Other than that, the other appendices in this document are here for your information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go to questions. If you don't mind, I'm going to take the first question, and it's regarding the sick leave benefit. So understanding, saying that it's 1.1 million, do you have to actually put that money into a reserve, or do you just have to have it recorded?
From a pure accounting perspective, it just needs to be recorded. In terms of any funding of that liability, that would be at the discretion of administration and the city.
So we actually don't have to take any money or build that in. So it's just a number that's on. Go ahead, Clayton.
Your Worship, the effectively by recording the liability and recording the corresponding expense in 2023, we have funded that liability. And that's how that would proceed in an ongoing basis, is that as we record as people earn sick leave, the liability, the expense would be incurred then, and the liability will be adjusted. The reserves are the net of our assets minus those liabilities.
Okay. Save my comments on that one. And then the second one, so then each year you need to see what staff have, and if you have staff who leave, then, so for example, when I left in 2007, I had about 6 months. I didn't get paid out. So there's no expectation of staff that they would get that paid out, and then that drops off.
Your worship, that's correct. It would be that represents only a portion of that's the estimated value of what they will likely use. So it will always be less than what if they used all of their, say they had 6 months and they used all of it at the end of their term for one reason or another. That would be a larger amount, but the actuaries determined that based on the last 6 years of history, this valuation appropriately estimates what is likely to be used. I believe the total value, like an undiscounted value, would be around 5 million. But yes, that would drop off.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
I think, Clayton, you maybe hinted at the response to my next question. I was thinking all along throughout this that we would get an actuary to do the initial valuation and that we would be able to handle it in-house for the future. Perhaps given the quantum amount of it, it's maybe not possible, but why isn't it possible that we can handle this in-house?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, it is possible that we won't likely be going back to an actuary every year. It is a fairly complex set of calculations, relying on both a combination of historic data as well as broader population data sets that the actuary uses to estimate what that valuation is. We will likely, in discussions with KPMG as well as with RSM, the actuary that we engaged for this, we believe that they will be able to do an extrapolation, and probably every, say, 3 to 4 years, we would do a full actuarial report, though.
Okay. I am surprised by the quantum amount that you referenced, but that is what it is. Another question, and then I'll sign in again. On page 18, other observations, you reference the IT department. And I'm reading it here now because I've got notes that give me a second, please. The recommendation is management should assess those items which require remediation. But there's not much color given in the report as to what we're talking about. Could you help council? Because I think all of council, given the news that we read almost weekly now, has a desire to make sure that our systems are up to speed and as safe as possible.
I'll answer that question through your mayor to Councillor Kelly. Yes, what we've done is during the course of our audit, we look at certain best practices that we see employed out there in the broader industry, discuss those with your IT professionals, and we have identified probably about 5 or 6 areas for administration to consider. These are not all need to be, must-haves, but things that we think are good practice from a governance perspective, right down to security protocols. To be honest with you, just given the nature of certain of the observations, it's probably best that we don't get into a lot of details at this meeting today. Again, it's not that we've identified vulnerabilities of concern, but just in terms of practices that should be considered further. We don't test from an audit perspective. Our testing is largely limited to, just so council knows, is largely limited to understanding the systems, getting an understanding of the processes around the systems, the governance around the systems. And so there is a limitation in terms of the extent of work we do because our work is focused on providing an audit opinion on the financial statements. We've provided a draft letter to administration with our observations, and will in due course sit down with management to discuss those more fully.
Okay, understand your comments, thank you. The recommendations were well received by our staff.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Oh, Counselor. You're good? Okay. Counselor Harris?
Question on the retirement of the assets relative to PS 3280. Where do you think that came from in relation to the fact that it was never an issue before whether a municipality recorded the obligation to retire an asset, tangible asset? Where do you think that came from?
Through your worship to the councillor. That's an accounting standard that's been in the works for a number of years, and in the private sector there is an equivalent accounting standard that has been there for quite a while. So it's really, I would say, a bit of a catch-up to what others do from an accounting perspective. But I think if you think about it from an equity point of view, is that if you have an asset that's going to last you, let's say 30, 40, 50 or more years, which you can see in a municipality where you have these long-lived assets, by recording a portion of the ultimate remediation costs during the life of the asset, so you portion that over every year over the life of the asset, the folks today who benefit from that asset, whether it's service from that asset, usage of that asset, that's a cost that is now being incurred while that asset is being used. Otherwise, historically, what would happen at that end of the life of that asset, 50 years down the road, that full amount would be expensed in the year or years of remediation. And from a municipality perspective, the citizens of the municipality at that point in time didn't have the benefit of the asset over its entire life, but they're funding the entire, or they're incurring the entire expenditure all in 1 year. So I think from one perspective, there's a little bit of an equity built into it, and then secondly, there's matching the cost of that asset over its life when it's in productive use.
Yeah, the reason I asked the question is obviously it's topical of late that the oil and gas industry has a significant liability relative to unreclaimed asset, oil and gas assets. And I was wondering if, and you made reference to the fact that came out of, the private sector as well. So I initially thought that. So that's why I asked the question if we ultimately are then having to do something as a result of what the private sector has not done.
Yeah, I can't speak to specific circumstances, but definitely it's aligning you with a common practice that exists today.
Okay, so it's just catching up to what should have been done.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, I've had a couple drop off. So Councillor Kelly, you're next on round two.
Thank you. On the same vein as Councillor Harris, and this might be more financial statement related, but I've got everybody in front of me, so hopefully we can handle it. In the information that you provided regarding the asset retirement obligation, there was the term accretion used. Please tell me what you're doing there.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, accretion is a term that's been used in the accounting standards for many years, related, essentially it's similar to amortization of the asset cost, but in this case, instead of amortizing the cost, the accretion would be building up the liability over time. But it's the same, really, in essence. It's the change in value due to net present value calculations when there is no change in the underlying estimate of the cost of the liability.
Thank you. That's kind of what I thought. On that same vein, if I could, please. I looked at the series of adjustments that you had to account for this, and I was a bit gobsmacked. I'm glad I'm not doing your job anymore, to be honest with you. But there was a line or two that referenced an addition to the asset value for asset retirement obligation. And I assumed when I read that that was monies expended in the current year to reduce or remove or remediate the future obligation. And it increased the asset value that you would capitalize it. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that's not quite correct. What's required for under the asset retirement obligation standard is when you record, let's say if there was a new asset that we were acquiring, let's say we built a landfill, you would record the present value of the cost at the end of the life of that, at the same time as you would record the capital cost of constructing the asset. For transitional items, or when there's a change in law or legal obligation that arises, you're now required to record the liability, the net present value of that liability, when that liability first comes into existence, and then the accretion would happen from that point until you hit retirement. In this case, the difference between, say, I think it was 267,000 that was recorded in asset in cost of the accretion that was recorded to the asset, and is offset by that asset retirement obligation. That difference between those is past accretion expense that we would have incurred. We always been adopting the standard.
So, if I may, Mayor Katcher, just to follow up on this, we credit a liability, and we're debiting the asset value for the amount of that liability? And when does it hit an expense account?
So you got it right. So what'll happen is initially you increase the liability, you increase the asset, you increase the liability, and then the asset just gets depreciated over time, and then the liability will go up over time to the ultimate amount that you settle. So it hits the income statement by virtue of the amortization. Yeah, and then the accretion expense, as the liability goes up, kind of think of it like a notional interest, and then it gives you an accretion expense as the liability goes up.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. Oops, sorry, I turned you off by mistake. I want to come back to the sick leave benefit. As it talks in the next report, and it's still relevant to this one, of a deficit of 1.1 million almost. But are we actually required to take that out of a reserve and put it into somewhere else? I'm still struggling to understand that, because in the next report it shows it as a deficit and we have to make up that. So help me understand that.
Your Worship, that liability, we record that liability just like we record any other liability that's on our financial statements: vacation, deferred revenue, debt. The other side of that entry is going to be a charge against our operations, an expense against the operations. So that was recorded in 2023. As it gets drawn, as people use that liability, the liability goes down. It doesn't affect the reserves in a go-forward manner, other than it comes out of funding from current year operations every year.
But we're going to take that. So we're going to take that money and we're going to put it into a benefits reserve. Is that what I'm understanding?
Not quite. It does form part of the 2023 annual deficit, which, when we get to that point, we'll be recommending is funded from financial stabilization, because that's the purpose for that reserve. But that would be the same with the rest of those expenses, the rest of those deficits.
But to my point, if you're not spending it, and I keep hearing the liability, it must have to go into reserve somewhere if we're funding $1 million out of
Through your worship, the other side of that would be that it's cash that it would, the other side to that would be that there's cash in the balance sheet that's associated, that would be intended to cover those costs, but it wouldn't ever sit in a reserve.
Okay, well, I've got other people on here, but I'll be asking that in the next report again. Now, Councillor Batoye, you didn't go on round one, but you're signed in now, so I'll let you go next.
Thank you. So still on this topic, you said something in your previous comments, I think the very first time the question was asked, about a 5 million. And that totally threw me off. So I'm just looking for clarification on that.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, the 5 million would be the accrued sick leave hours multiplied by the employee's current pay rate. So if everyone used all of their sick leave and none of it was forfeited in 2024, that would be around 5 million. However, what the actuary determined is that the amount of sick leave that's actually used is significantly less than that full value, and that it's not going to necessarily be used in the next accounting period next year. So it's discounted and essentially amortized over time.
Okay, so if everyone were to use their sick leave in 1 year, the maximum will be 5 million.
Yeah.
So how is it that we use over 6 years, what is used is 1.1 million?
Through your worship, Councillor Abatoya, the 1.1 million is the estimate of the value based on utilization. We used the actuary uses 6 years of utilization data to determine how much sick leave is going to be used in the next in future periods, and they specifically look at how much people use in excess of what they earn in a given year, and then of that, how frequently it happens that people use in excess of what they earn in a year, and then how much that amount is to determine the valuation. So it becomes there's a whole bunch of probabilities that are baked into the actuarial valuation, as well as based on utilization data, based on the age of employees, based on projected future set wage growth, amongst others, as well as interest rates and things down that line, that's baked into that actuarial valuation. That's part of why that becomes a very complex calculation.
Thank you. It sounds really complex. Okay. And so my second question is about the IT, and I know you already addressed that, so thank you for that. But my follow-up to that is, when would we be hearing back on the recommendations from your audit? I guess that's not a question for you. That's probably to administration. When do we expect to hear back on the recommendations from the audit on the IT security posture?
Maybe I'd speak to that. That would be something we would have to follow up with the leadership team. It would probably be something that would be discussed in camera.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're next.
Back to asset retirement. So later on the agenda, we're going to be talking about the potential of building a new pool. And if we approve that, then one of the things would be, as I understand, a retirement of the existing structure, which would effectively be demolished, land reclaimed, so on and so on and so on. So that in itself would be an example of an asset retirement that would ultimately be calculated based on all of the steps to ultimately take it away and get rid of it. Is that correct? And if so, have we started that calculation set yet?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, the asset retirement obligation on, for instance, the pool, there was a determination that there was an asset retirement on that pool. I don't have that number in front of me specifically. However, it is limited to what is legally required to be done. It does not, the asset retirement obligation standard was very, very narrow in what it was going to cover. It doesn't contemplate what we are most likely to do or the best treatment, but what is required to do to meet that minimum legal standard, which may, in the case of a building, be to put a fence up and put security around it and monitor for 50 years. But in specific, there were legal requirements to remove and abate asbestos. There are legal requirements to remove and abate other certain other hazardous materials arising from WCB, and I believe there's a couple other acts that I can't remember off the top of my head, but would address that we would capture there. Full reclamation to make that into that building into something else, make that into a park or something like that, isn't what the intent would be of that standard.
Okay, so do you have a value ultimately if we have to effectively mothball, tear down, do whatever with the existing pool? Do you have a valuation? And if so, does it then meet just the minimum requirements, or are you still working on that?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, there is a valuation specific to meet the minimum legal obligation on the pool, and for every other building that we identify that have as likely having asbestos or other contaminants.
So if you were to share that with council, you'd be able to say, to retire the pool, here's the amount, and this is ultimately what we would do. Because I think that's important information for council to have as they move forward with a decision to build a new financial asset like a pool, new pool.
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris, we could certainly provide that detail.
Yeah, and that would be a note, I guess, that I would ask for administration is that be a bit of information that council ultimately does have and understands what that means. Because I always thought there was value there that could be a higher and best use, but ultimately that's another discussion. So I just flagged that item.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, you weren't on round one, so I'll let you go next.
Yeah, thanks. Just the conversation around sick leave got me thinking of severance liability as well. One of the boards that I've sat on was, their budget was severely impacted by severance. Do we know the value as well as severance and a similar accounting for this liability that we have for all of those contracts for employees?
Through your worship, to Councillor Nguyen, this standard does the standard that deals with compensated absences also deals with severance liabilities. At this time, we don't have a liability identified from that for severance liabilities. I don't believe within most employment contracts in the city we have a specific clause, or I'm not aware of a specific clause that identifies severance liability. However, if that were the case, then we would have to accrue a cost, the present value of a cost associated with that as well.
Right. So would that not be considered significant enough to undergo that process?
We would have to review the contracts that to determine that, either individually or in aggregate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, round three.
Clayton, just to continue beating up this same subject, can you hazard a guess as to what the expense line for the accrued sick leave benefit will be for the financial statement for year 24?
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, the expense, I don't have that number in front of me. I believe that it was approximately 250 to $60 million, or sorry, $1,000, $1,000. Just trying to get a laugh.
You woke everybody up. Thank you. Yeah. And fair enough. I kind of had in my mind a couple hundred just based on the million that was accrued on the financial statement. The asset retirement liability, and to follow up on Councillor Harris's questions, I think what you were trying to say in response, and I'm going to throw it in my words and you correct me if I'm wrong, is that the legal obligation is to handle things that are hazardous to health, essentially. So it could be asbestos, it could be the ammonia in an ice plant or something like that. The actual cost to retire, demolish, remove, and make the existing harbor pool site look pleasing to the eye again will be a number that will be inclusive of that, but also much larger than the asset retirement obligation that we're forced to record.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that's correct. The only thing I would add is it would be subject, that total cost would be subject to the decisions of council at a future point in time.
And yes, agreed. Thank you very much.
Okay, that looks like the end of that. Thank you very much for being here. It's amazing how you add a couple little things in there and it generates a lot of discussion or a lot of questions. So thank you for being here. The next item that we're going to be talking about is 6.2, which is business arising from the presentation. So we'll just have you take your seats, and if I need to call you up, we will, but I'm sure our staff are quite capable. All right, so the next item is 6.2, the annual 2023 annual report and allocation of operating budget deficit. Oh. Sorry, that's 6.1. Thank you.
Once again, I'll now go through the consolidated financial statements for 2023. These statements include the consolidated statement of financial position and the operating results of the city, as well as the consolidated with the Fort Saskatchewan Library Board, which is controlled by the city. I won't spend much time on some of the changes, as I think we've already talked about them significantly. But again, there were significant changes to how the financial statements are presented this year, included asset retirement obligations, which result in a $3.5 million restatement for 2022 to recognize that liability, as well as the reduction with that, and that results in a reduction in our net financial assets of $3.5 million. It also reduced our accumulated surplus, so this would be equity and tangible capital assets of $3.2 million. Additional information is on page 17 of the financial statements. That's note 1R brackets 5. There were 4 other accounting standards that were adopted in 2023, which include financial statement presentation, foreign currency translation, portfolio investments, and financial instruments. However, other than some additional disclosure, these did not affect, there was no effect on the financial statements. Again, the non-vesting sick leave was determined by actuarially, resulting in a $1.1 million increase. Other highlights from the financial statements, and the net financial assets were $3.86 million at the end of 2023 compared to $3.73 in 2022, and that's a restated number. Also, tangible capital assets increased to $524.8 million. And the surplus from operations in 2023 was 7.8 million, down from 8.9 million in 2022. The surplus from operations, I would note, differs from the operating budget surplus in the annual report because it includes amortization, accretion of the asset retirement obligation, contributed tangible capital assets, capital grants, all of which are excluded from the operating budget. The operating budget also includes transfers to and from reserves and debt debenture payments, which are not included in the statement surplus from operations. Note 20 of the financial statements provides the reconciliation of these key differences. Some key highlights from 2023 includes recognition of 4.9 million in contributed TCA, or tangible capital assets, 2.4 million in operating transfers from other levels of government, 7.3 million in capital transfers from other levels of governments, primarily through the MSI program and the Canada Community Building Fund. We recognized 871,000 in developer levies in 2023, and again, the accrued sick leave. I will spend more time on the rest of the operating results in the annual report section. It's administration's recommendation that Council approve the 2023 consolidated financial statements as presented, and I am happy to answer any questions at this time regarding the financial statements.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So this is open for questions. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't really see it in the reports, but our investment dropped from 70 million to 54 million between 2022 and 2023. I'm not seeing why.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, in 2023, we focused a lot of our investment activities on capturing the high interest rates that were available in the year. We had a lot of products that were in cashable GICs that, again, in order to capture those high interest rates and those fluctuating interest rates while they were there. We also had a significant number of investments that matured in December 2023 and were carried over to that were invested following year end.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. 1 second, please. Page 52. I'm just looking for a little color, please, Clayton. Under financial instruments, which is on page 52 of your report, subletter E, which I assume is note 1E, it speaks to mentions derivatives built into contracts. You audit for them. Did we find any? And if so, what would be the nature of those?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that's a really good question. As part of the adoption of the new standard, the city made an election, and I'm just finding it here, made an election to, I'm going to read here. There was an election available to not go back and look at your prior derivatives. There's a one-time election is irrevocable. And we made that election for all financial instruments entered into by the city before January 1, 2023. And that limited the scope of having to review every contract that may still be in effect for the last 50 years. We were aware of one investment instrument that we own that has a derivative component that would have been captured in that. It was worth the book value of that. These are principal protected notes that have a variable rate of interest, but only a portion of that would include a derivative component.
Thank you, that makes sense. Page 65, note 8, just let me get there, please. Again, a small thing, I hope, Clayton. It's not note 8, it's note 12. I don't know why I wrote 8. Note 12, long-term debt. In the explanatory paragraph, it talks about implied interest rates ranging from 3%, which I can handle, to 14.7%. And I'm wondering why in heck we would ever have an implied interest rate of 14.7%.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, this would be related to a capital lease. We enter into capital leases in some cases in order to for things like photocopiers. We have postage and mailing machines for utility billing, for instance, that fall under that. We have been shifting away from ones that are not. First off, they were never intended to be a capital lease, but they meet the definition of that. We have changed some of our practices to ensure that those are flowing through operations and not as a capital lease on a go-forward basis.
Okay, thank you. I kind of expected that's what it would be minor stuff like that. But if in fact, regardless of how we categorize a lease, if the implied interest rate in a lease is something's north of 10%, why wouldn't we just buy those minor assets and be done with it? It seems to me that's much cheaper in the long run.
Through your worship, Councillor, I'm not sure what you're.
Okay, I'm questioning the wisdom of having any lease that has an implied interest rate of 14%, whether it's an operating lease or a capital lease, as opposed to simply purchasing the asset outright and avoiding the implied interest charges.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, I'll try to explain, but I may not have a complete answer on how those decisions were made. I do know that in some of those cases, those are customary, like within photocopiers is quite customary for to have a capital lease because the assets only last for a certain period of time, especially with the duty cycles that we use. They also include a maintenance component of those assets for maintaining and including supplies and things down that line. However, it's certainly something that we can look at in a go forward.
And that's all I'm asking. Thank you, Clayton.
Okay, thank you. That appears to be all the questions. So I'm looking for a motion. Oh, Councillor Blizzard.
Sure, I'll make the motion. I make a motion that council approve the 2023 consolidated financial statements as attached as Appendix A to the administrative report dated June 25th, 2024.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak to your motion?
Nope, I think I'm good.
Okay, the motion's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing anything on close. You're good. All right, the motion is closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to 6.2, the 2023 annual report and funding of operating budget deficit.
I'll go through I'll now go through the 2023 annual management and financial report. This report is presented on an unconsolidated basis, showing only the city's operations, and on a basis consistent with the operating budget. In 2023, the city had an overall operating budget deficit of 1.6 million, including a 2.2 million deficit from general operations and 632,000 surplus from utility operations. Operating revenues were $76,000 higher than budget in 2023, with investment income, other revenues, operating transfers from other levels of government, all higher than budget in the year. However, the city did receive less than expected in fines and penalties. Operating expenses were $2 million below budget. Operating expenses were $2 million higher than budget in the year. The city spent less than budget on service maintenance contracts, training, development, and advertising and printing. However, salary, wages, and benefits, purchases from other governments and agencies were higher than expected, as well as contracted services and transfers to organizations, which, however, many of the contracted services and the overage in transfers to organizations and individuals were one time in nature, carried forward from prior years, and were either reserve or grant funded. Other items were $408,000 higher than budget due to net transfers to reserves being higher than expected. Transfers to reserves were $1.5 million higher than budget, which reflects about $800,000 from tax growth revenue, as well as $189,000 in snow and ice removal surplus that's transferred as per policy to the snow and ice removal reserve. Transfers from reserves were $1.9 million higher than budget. The most significant of those is the pedestrian bridge underneath the Highway 15, which was $1 million towards a regional partner. There was the neighborhood rehabilitation study, material handling site study, annexation study, and the Chabot Park stair study, all accounted for about $100,000 in other. That's not more than $100,000. Also carried over into 2023 to fund those projects. There was also, amongst others, more details on the operating results are available on page 4 of the annual report or page 78 of the agenda package. The 2023 capital program consisted of 10 new capital projects, as well as 32 multi-year projects that were carried forward from 2022, and 5 projects that were approved through the operating budget. In at December 31st, 2023, 22 of those projects had been completed, while 19 were active, and 2 were on hold for various reasons. The city has spent $19.8 million on capital expenditures in 2023 and is expecting to spend $23.9 million to complete existing projects. More information on these is included in Appendix 3 of this report. Highlights of the annual changes in the city's financial position again include $1.1 million increase in net financial assets. That's from the restated 2022 number. Since 2019, the city's net financial assets have increased from 14.6 million to 37.8 million as a result of planned contributions to reserves, operating budget surpluses, repayment of long-term debt. More information is available on page 10 of the annual report for this. Property tax receivable were down by 953,000 in 2023. A decline in long-term debt balances decreased by 3.4 million, and the city is sitting at 16% utilization of its debt limit and 12% of its debt service limit, respectively. In 2023, the Dow Centennial Center debenture repayment was completed. The city had, at December 31st, 2023, the city had net financial reserve balances of $46.6 million at the end of 2023 before the allocation of the operating budget deficit. The city's 2023 optimal balance for financial reserves is $47.9 million. Stabilization and contingency reserves, project reserves, and infrastructure lifecycle reserves were all under below their optimal balance, while specific purpose reserves and restricted reserves were over the balance at this point. More information is available in Appendix B of this report. The operating budget, when making recommendations regarding the operating budget deficits, administration is guided by the city's allocation of operating budget surplus policy. In making a recommendation, the city administration considers the uncommitted reserve balances at December 31st, as well as optimal reserve balances for 2023 and 2024, and planned contributions and withdrawals from reserves in the future year. It's administration's recommendation that council allocate the 2023 operating budget deficit, surplus from utility operations as follows: 30,000 to the utility operating projects reserve. That will top up that particular reserve, and the remaining 602,000, more or less, to the utility infrastructure lifecycle maintenance and replacement reserve. And the council allocate the operating budget deficit to be fund, or the council fund the operating budget deficit from general operations from the financial stabilization and contingency reserve. The proposed allocations are based on the current financial reserve policy and the and are intended. Well, yeah, I think that's that. And with that, this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thank you. I think, Clayton, probably a simple question. Page 82, financial results from operations. There's one line that kind of caught my attention. Transfers to organizations and individuals. We budgeted just under 2 million. We spent under 2 million last year, and yet we spent 3.1 million for a budget variance of almost 1.2 million. Can you give a little bit of color on what happened there?
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, the most significant of that would be the $1 million transfer to the River Valley Alliance, I believe to the River Valley Alliance for the Highway 15 bridge, pedestrian bridge. The remainder, I believe, were carryover grants from prior years.
That answers my question. One more, if I may, and then I'll ring back in again. Page 84. You just referenced the variance for traffic-related fines and penalties. It looks like we're in a trend situation here, and that we're going to continue to see these things decline. Does that sort of match administration's expectation?
through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we're actually, I think that the 2023 year was a bit of an anomaly based on the transition to a new traffic enforcement contractor and replacement of our aging intersection safety devices. We are seeing, being that this is June, I have the benefit of seeing T1. We are seeing an improvement in this compared to the prior year. We are not where we want to be yet, but I believe that both the budget team and leadership team are looking at that. But we are starting to see a trend back up to what we would expect.
Thank you. And if I may, Mayor Catcher, just a supplementary on that response, probably directed to Mr. Fleming, but I remember when we discussed the transfer of that service to contract, and during the budget process, I don't recall in the budget process a budget number indicating that we would lose $2 or $3 million in revenue while that transition happened. So what happened there, Troy? What drove that?
So through your worship, there was a couple of briefing notes that were circulated to council. I think they were briefing notes. What happened was because we didn't switch from in-house to contractor, we just switched contractors, and they played a slightly different role. And right when the new contractor was about to take over, there was a realization with them in the province that they didn't have all of their certifications in place. So there was a 6 or 8 month delay in them getting certified before we were actually fully operational. So there was actually a dead zone in 2023 where we weren't issuing tickets for quite a significant period of time. We are now operational. So.
And that lack of certification wasn't caught by the contractor in advance. I question that whole thing.
Yeah, through your worship, we dealt with the contractor throughout. The specifics on how it came about that they didn't have all their full certifications, I'd need to get more details on that, and I could share it in camera, but yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm next in the speaking order. So a couple questions. I'm going to ask that first one again. So in the report, it says that part of this deficit, and when people are out there looking at it, or if it gets reported and it says, oh, there's a $2 million deficit, it still comes down to that $1,078,000 for the sick leave obligations. So we're taking that money out of a reserve. And did we pay it somewhere? Is that what we paid out for sick leave? Like I am so struggling with that number.
Your worship, I think what you're seeing is the difference between accrual-based accounting, where we recognize liabilities when we incur them, and the cash-based accounting treatment, where you recognize when you spend the money. There's been no cash, other than through the same normal utilization of sick leave that's happened for a number of years. There's been no extra cash that has come out as a result of the $1.1 million accrual this year. This is it will come out as it gets used in the future, and as people earn more sick leave than is used, it would go up, and if they earn less sick leave than is used, the liability comes down.
So then it actually is going into a reserve somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out where that $1 million is going, because we didn't spend it and we're saying it's a deficit.
The easiest way to look at that is that it's forms as part of the deficit. As the recommendation we're recommending funding that and the rest of the deficit from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve.
Okay, I'm going to need a map at some point in time, but my second question comes to the reserves themselves. So we say optimal balance, and we're working to achieve those optimal balances, but we continue to withdraw the money from them and then have to replace them. So how do we ever anticipate getting to an optimal balance if we're going to just keep removing the money because we have an optimal balance for financial stabilization and contingency, and then we say, oh well, now we have to make this up, so we take this out, so now we have to make that up again?
To your worship, I'll take a stab at that. I think the best we can do is project those balances going forward. So we take into account council approved motions for transfers for contributions to those reserves, and as best we can, we project that out to determine what that optimal balances are I should say, in the case of reserves that have them. Again, they're driven. We follow the prescribed process in the financial reserve policy. They are estimates, so they're not going to be 100% accurate. There is that feeling a bit of catch up because things change. Things get added to, say, the 10-year capital plan and such, that we have to take into account, and they're basically a moving target.
But that comes to, you said the transfer was 1.5 million higher than budget. So just explain that, and then I'll move on.
Through your worship, the transfers, when they come in, when transfers coming in higher, some of the drivers that are there, I'm just pulling back to my note on that one, related to some of the transfers to reserves, they were higher due to, again, the portion of the tax growth revenue that was contributed from 2023 that was contributed to the reserves. That's about 800,000. There's also a couple reserves that are automatically funded when we have certain surpluses. This would be the snow and ice removal reserve. We made a few years ago. We created that reserve to be essentially a floating fund, so that when we have heavy snowfall years, we can draw down on that, and when we have light snowfall years, the surplus goes directly back in there. There's also the other things like the interest that would have been accrued on some certain interest-bearing reserves, as well as I think facility life cycle works similarly to snow and ice removal to smooth heavy years. But that's also offset by transfers. Those are all transfers to the reserve. There's also transfers from the reserve that are higher than what was budgeted as well. That really, those tend to be multi-year projects that are carried forward from prior years, so that when you have, say, a project, a one-time project, or a project that wouldn't make sense to be tax funded, you're smoothing your tax impact of that by drawing those down. Okay.
Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. My first question is around fines and penalties, that line item. Is the source of that line item just the automated traffic enforcement? I'm asking that because if that was to take a significant hit, like, is that a line item that we have to take out completely from the financial statement, or is that a standard?
Through your worship, to Councillor Abatoye, you can't take it out of, if we're collecting it, you would have to be in the standard, but you could take it out of the budget. That would be a policy decision that could be made by council. It doesn't only include the traffic fines. However, the budget for it, if you look on, I'm not sure which one it is, it's page 6 of my report, 84. The budget for traffic fines themselves is 1.8 million net of their costs. The actuals were significantly less than that this year. They're already I can say with certainty at this point, they're actually higher than that now. The revenue we've already collected in 2024 is higher than what we're showing from the entire
From
year last year.
2023. Okay. But is that line item, is it just the automated traffic fines? That's the only thing going there. Like there's no other types of fines or penalties going in there.
So the fines and penalties line item itself
Yes.
includes tax penalties, it includes traffic
So
fines,
other
includes other
things.
fines as
Okay,
well.
okay,
Yes.
wonderful. Thank you. And my second question is about it's around utilities. So we have a surplus of 632,000 from utilities. So my first question is this transfer to the reserves, is that going to take those reserves to the optimal balance? And should we expect to see an adjustment in utility rates as a result of this surplus, like going forward? I mean, if our reserve is at the optimal balance, then should there be an adjustment in utility rates?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, to the second part of your question, will the previous year's surplus be taken into account for the next year's rates?
Not the previous. So my first question was, if the reserve is at its optimal balance, then there's no need for us to still be charging the rates we are charging. That's what I'm thinking, right? So will there be an adjustment as a result of that?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, so that will be taken into account when the utility rates are proposed for the following year. Yes.
Okay. So are these transfers taking the reserves to its optimal balance, or are they still below?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoya, so the reserve optimal balances will be calculated again, so they'll be taken into account. If they are above their optimal balance, we could look at, I mean, in terms of utilities, we'd probably look at, we can't transfer it to operations or to an operating reserve.
Yes.
It would have to stay within that fund.
Right.
So for a period of time, it could potentially sit above optimal balance. But that, again, as I mentioned to the mayor, that optimal balance is recalculated and reviewed annually, so
Every
it could
year.
change.
So is there a situation where we'll see an adjustment in utility rates as a result of this?
I can't forecast, but it would definitely be considered in the setting and the proposing of the next year's
thank you.
rates. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard. Whoops, just a second here. Oh, Mr. Fleming, did you have a response?
Just through your worship, I was just gonna supplement that by saying we do look at the optimal balance every year when we are setting utility rates. But one thing that may cause you to be okay going over your optimal balance is if you have a large capital project coming up that could potentially help you offset the debenture. So constructing a new water line, we probably wouldn't recommend reducing reserve contributions until we know the future of that project.
Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for the presentation. Couple of things. Number one is the worst thing that we can have, I think, when we do budgets is a huge surplus, because that raises flack of residents. Why are we paying so much? But also then any size of a deficit. So I see an issue here. And one question I have that Councillor Kelly had touched on is that difference with the bridge. Why wouldn't that have been in our budget? We knew it was coming. Why would we not have had that as part of our knowing that that would be an expense, the underslung bridge?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, the bridge was approved by council outside of a budget, and what we typically do is we present our budgets capture, say, the 2024, including there's one-time items. When we have carry forwards, both the approved reserve funding for that bridge, for instance, carried forward, as well as the expected expense. So it has no net effect on the 2023 results. I believe that was approved in 22, but there's no, it would be, the money was set aside for that. That's part of that committed portion of the optimal balance of the reserve, as opposed to the uncommitted portion.
Okay, so it was funded, so there's an offsetting balance on the income. Okay, and 197,000 in property taxes not collected. Is that because of reassessment? Is that because of people not paying their property taxes? Is that number going to be fixed? That's the first line on the operating revenue.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, that one would be the largest component of that is actually the 50% reduction in the province's grants in place of taxes that are included in that. And that's based on the way that the province requires us to request that or apply for that grant in place of taxes. The other components that are typically offsetting that, or that's partially offsetting that, would be a supplementary assessment and supplementary taxation.
Okay, kind of get it. I have one more, if you want me to just finish. How is 2024 shaping up? Because if we run deficits year after year, we're going to be in trouble. So, any idea?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, we are projecting right now a small deficit, under 200,000 at this point. We'll have that to you next Tuesday. Right, year to date, we are running around just over $1 million surplus, but we're expecting some of those things to flip as a result of timing differences. But we're running, once you're into that window of being plus or minus 500,000, it's really hard. It's very likely that it's just noise at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
1 second, please. Yeah, an issue with my city email. Hang on, PDF. Page 85. I'm looking at, and I know I ask this question every year, but maybe I'm getting smarter. I'm starting to understand it. The salary and wages reconciliation. When I look at the breakdown you've given, my instinct now is to compare the budget number of 33,466, which should be the net budget expense, to the actual of 33,672, which would tell me then, or indicate to me then, that our salaries expense is over budget by $210,000. Does that make sense?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that would be reasonable. That excludes the non-vesting sick leave that we talked beaten up enough. Typically, that again, we always compare what was the there's approximately a $600,000 surplus in staffing before that budgetary allowance that we have for things like vacancies, grid level changes throughout the year. I think we've flagged that as something that we're going to look at, that the amount of that allowance this year as well.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm distracted. One of our staff members canceled a meeting for tomorrow morning, and it is cycling across my computer screen literally every 5 seconds. I did send him a note, Troy, so hopefully it'll get caught. The net financial reserve and or cash on hand, you referenced in your note further down that in fact it's not quite as high as the balance sheet would indicate because we've got unfulfilled capital commitments that the council has approved. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, Clayton. If I look at page 87, I think, of the report, it indicates that forecast expenditure is yet to happen, 23,936,000. And when I scroll a bit lower, I think built into that 23 is about 10 million on future capital operating. It would seem to me that the uncommitted spend on this, or the committed spend, is approaching $30 million. And does that generally make sense to you? Jeez. My apologies for being a bit distracted here.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'm not sure where you got that number.
And you know what, Mayor Katcher, I'll come back in when I can focus a bit more. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Well, I was just prepared to read the motion if we're ready for that.
Okay, well, you can put the motion on and Councillor Kelly can ask his question through discussion and debate.
Sounds good. Okay, I'll move that council allocate the 2023 operating budget surplus from utility operations as follows: 30,000 to the utilities operating projects reserve, and the remaining 602,000 more or less to the utilities infrastructure and equipment reserve. And that council fund the 2023 operating budget deficit from general operations of $2,208,000 more or less from the financial stabilization and contingency reserve.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just have a question first for administration, which I waited until the motion was read in. So if we have a deficit in one area and then a surplus in another area, although I know it's standard practice to more or less keep them, so like the utilities surplus to reserves, but why wouldn't we be considering offsetting the deficit from general operations by the 600,000 instead of the proposal as is before us?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, this is based on the utility, or sorry, the financial reserve policy. The utility reserves have always been treated as a separate fund, a completely segregated, self-managed fund. So effectively, no general property tax dollars, etc., are used to fund the water, sewer, solid waste utilities that the city operates, and that they're fully funded by those utility rates. So it wouldn't be consistent with that practice, and it wouldn't be consistent with our reserve policies to do something like that.
Right. So, and then at the moment, we do have potential utilities infrastructure projects capital projects on the horizon, and be prudent, as was mentioned by the city manager, to build up the reserves, but they are at a decent balance right now. Okay, and I guess my other comment then is just in reference to the traffic fines. The contractor that was delayed due to their, I guess, inadequate planning, we could call it, requirement to be certified. I would definitely like to know more about this, and also if that was an error on the part of the city or the contractor, and if we are liable for that. So that can wait till in camera. I'll wait till the rest of council is able to speak on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So now we're on to discussion and debate or further questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I think I'm organized now, so we'll try again, Clayton. Page 87 of our package, which would be, okay, you indicate on that chart that, if I'm reading this correctly, that there's about $23,936,000 of capital spending yet to be spent. And then you reference on page 90 the fact that in the financial reserves, $18,991,000 is committed, so our financial reserves need to be adjusted mentally, at least, for that recognition. And then I note further down in the report, actually page 94, that 18,991 includes 10,359,000 for future facility operating. So what I'm trying to do is get a clear picture in my mind of what our uncommitted cash reserves are at the end of the calendar year. And if I'm reading that correctly, we're probably at least $30 million lower, not the 23, but $30 million. And if we $1 million lower than what's maybe reported here. And I know I've jumped to 3 different pages. So I would be more than happy if you just would tell me that you'd get back to council on that at a future date, and we can let it drop.
In super brief, I think you're double counting some of these. The 23,900 is the remaining cost of the approved capital expenditures.
Agreed.
Of which a part of that is going to be funded by reserves. The 18 million is a combination of, it'll be primarily capital, that capital spending, but it'll also have some operating projects that are included. The future facility operating is actually a reserve itself that I believe you're referring to.
I guess that's my point, though, that it's currently reported in the reserve, but we're committed. We've committed through a budget process to spend the money, so it's internally restricted, for lack of a better description.
That would actually be the money related to the JRC project right now. With that, we can come back with you with some numbers that give you a better sense of what I think the best number, though, is really your reserve, your uncommitted reserve balance, as well as your deferred revenue, uncommitted deferred revenue.
So uncommitted reserve revenue already adjusts for the unspent capital?
That's correct.
That clears it up. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to make a comment. I'm glad you guys are doing this. This is so incredibly complicated and complex, and I don't know how you keep all your ducks in order. So, you know, I'm still confused with the one, but I will support the motion. Councillor Nguyen, anything on close? Go ahead.
No, nothing further to add.
All right, thank you. The motion is now closed as read in. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we're getting close to lunchtime, so I'm not going to start the next item. I think we'll go into recess and lunch. It's 11:42 right now, so we typically take about 30 minutes. So let's say 12:15 back in our chairs. So we will recess till then. Thank you very much. And lunch is here. Thank you. Okay, we will resume the meeting at 12:16, and the next item is the Recreation Aquatics Public Engagement Follow-Up and Next Steps, and we have a whole bunch of people out front here. Take it away.
Thank you, and good morning, or good afternoon, apologies, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Andrew Kaiser, and I'm the Director of the City's Legislative Services Department. Presenting with me today is one of our city's legislative officers, Jacob Battenfelder. Mr. Battenfelder was the lead on our municipal census project, Also joining us today is Brad Babiak, the city's Director of Culture and Recreation, and Grant Schaefer, Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering. Today we will be presenting the results of the city's Recreation Aquatics public engagement that was conducted during the 2024 municipal census. And this presentation will provide some brief background, the process of the public engagement, the results, as well as some next steps. So as for background, on September 26th, 2023, administration presented the Indoor Recreation Facility Program Review. Following this presentation, Council passed a resolution to refer the Recreation Aquatics expansion at the Dow Centennial Center to the 2024 capital budget deliberations. During the 2024 budget deliberations in October of 2023, Council directed admin to prepare a report with options for conducting a public survey to gauge the level of support within the community for the proposed aquatics facility concept. Later, Council deferred the aquatics plan and construction capital project pending the decision on the public engagement process. Then on January 9th of this year, administration presented several options for conducting the aquatics public engagement. After hearing these options, Council passed a resolution directing administration to prepare a report specific to conducting the public engagement within the 2024 municipal census. And then on February 13th, Council approved the question option as well as the supplementary information to be included in the municipal census. So as you all approved the aquatics question and completed your census, I won't spend too much time here on the question, but I just want to remind you of the key components, being the facility details, estimated cost, and the property tax implications for the average Fort Saskatchewan residential property. Then on to the communication. With the invaluable contributions of our corporate communications department, we revitalized the city's existing census branding and then prepared and executed a comprehensive communication plan that not only included the census brand, but also integrated the new aquatics question component. And some of the key messages of this plan were the importance of a municipal census for providing provincial funding and for municipal planning purposes, the inclusion of the aquatics question, and where to find further information and details about the census and the included aquatics question. These messages were communicated through many channels, including print media, digital media, utility bill inserts, brochures, education stations, which you likely saw in the front lobby of City Hall, as well as A-frame signage and billboard signage across the city and within facilities. And now I'll pass it off to Mr. Battenfelder.
So in order to ensure the census process felt consistent and familiar to residents, the city's municipal census was held in the same manner as previous years. Our residents were given several methods by which they could complete their census response, including the online census portal, visits from municipal enumerators, and calls from the members of the legislative services team for those that the enumerators were unable to reach. The key census dates included April 1st, which was our set census day, and also the day the census response collection began. Residents were able to access the online census portal using their secure access code as of April 1st. On April 20th, the enumerators began visiting dwellings that had not yet completed their census response online, and during the month of May, the enumerators continued collecting responses, as well as the communication plan entered its final phase, which urged residents to complete their census responses. As of June 1st, collection for responses to the aquatics question closed and collections by municipal enumerators ended. The city does have until June 30th to complete the dwelling headcount response collection. To date, there are 57 dwellings that have either refused enumeration or that we have been unable to contact. These dwellings have been subject to multiple enumerator visits as well as phone calls from the Legislative Services team. For reference, the 2023 municipal census concluded with 68 uncontacted dwellings. For the considerations as you look at the results of the census, it is important to note that in order to maintain the integrity of the census and ensure the population count was not skewed by the addition of the aquatics question, responses to the aquatics question were limited to 1 per household. It is also important to note that the number of responses is not equivalent to the numbers of dwellings in the city, as you'll see on the later census report. This is due to the dwellings that were counted as vacant, under construction, or bare land parcels not being included in the aquatics results. Additionally, prefer not to answer responses captured both these dwellings that refused to answer the question, as well as dwellings that were enumerated by headcount only. These headcount only homes would be done via neighbor responses or landlord headcounts after multiple attempts to contact the occupant of the dwelling directly had failed. As you may have noticed as you completed the census yourself, administration chose to ask only the questions that were required by the municipal census regulation, such as your base demographics and dwelling type. This was done to ensure census respondents and enumerators were not overwhelmed by the amount of extra information that was added due to the aquatics question. And for the aquatics question results, we came in with a total of 10,440 dwellings responding to the aquatics question, and the results were as follows. 6,393 votes were cast in favor of the new aquatics facility, equaling 61.2%. 2,774 votes were cast against the new facility, being 26.6%, and 1,273 votes were cast prefer not to answer, being 12.2%. As I previously mentioned, the prefer not to answer responses included both those dwellings that elected not to answer the aquatics question, as well as those that were enumerated by headcount only. Excluding the prefer not to answer responses, 69.7% of respondents voted yes, and 30.3% voted no. This significant support indicates a strong community interest in the proposed aquatics facility.
So, in terms of next steps, the Aquatics Capital Project was approved during the 2024 capital budget and was to be funded through debt, and this requires a borrowing bylaw, which has not yet been approved by Council. If none of the available motions within the report are made, and those are on page 3 of the report in case you're looking for them, administration will present a borrowing bylaw in September of 2024. As outlined in the Council report, Council may elect to amend Capital Project 24016, being the Aquatic Planning Construction Project, to increase the approved budget from $2 million to $5.4 million in 2024, and this would eliminate the need to amend the borrowing bylaw later in the design phase. So this approach aligns with what's being proposed in the draft 2025 10-year capital plan and would be most efficient. Either approach would result in a design and construction team being assembled by the new year with the potential for public engagement on the preferred facility amenities, leading to a refined concept being completed summer 2025. Another borrowing bylaw and final construction approval would or could then potentially take place January of 2026. Then construction could begin June 2026 and be completed early 2029. So in conclusion, the public engagement results indicate strong community support for the proposed new aquatics facility at the Dow Centennial Center. Thank you for your attention, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. We'll, go into questions first. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, for all of your collective work to get us up to this point. It's been a process, and certainly appreciated all the information coming back to council. Just a question on, so the motion does include an intention to engage the public for determining the design and amenities of the facility. What exactly would this look like as per the proposal? As I'm not quite convinced that it's going to be more beneficial and less beneficial. So I guess, yeah, what do you have in mind? I'm sure a lot of community members would like to weigh in, and then, so.
Your worship to Councillor Nguyen, it's not intended, at least in my opinion, it's not intended to be a major engagement with the public and starting things over again. The base design and the core of the facility has been, not designed, but the concept and what's included has been communicated to the public, and that's what they answered the questions on. This would be, in my mind, it would be giving a list of, these are the fun things, for lack of a better word, that could be included in a building, that wouldn't necessarily change the footprint, and then having the public rank what they think is most important, and then having a ranked list so that as we go through the design, we have a menu of items then ranked that we could bring into the design if they fit within the budget and within the program space.
Right. Okay. And so would the format look like a couple evenings of an open house drop-in, or would your intent to formalize it into a further survey?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. Yeah, part of it would be an online engagement again, but there is the opportunity to have in-person sessions with that kind of information. I think part of it would be work with the design team when they're brought forward to get their ideas as well, to fully flesh out what that engagement could look like. But I think the important pieces, like Grant mentioned, is the scope and the outcomes of what those sessions would be more about the amenities rather than revisiting the whole project.
Of course, yeah, and that was my understanding. So, and would that overlap the time frame to start construction? Sorry, not construction. The design construction team assembly. Like, so that would be concurrent to what's on the timeline, the project timeline.
A lot of it would be done concurrently. Some of it, we'd put a little bit of the team together before we started, but we can, as the design team comes together, we can incorporate them into that process and get their ideas in terms of how that flushes out. And then as well as we're going through the concept development, there's a bunch of decisions that need to be made regardless of what the amenities are. So things will happen concurrently.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bacon.
Thank you. My question is on engagement also. I'm just curious if council can be part of the process of, I guess, determining what questions are being asked to the public. And the reason why I asked that is that because the biggest feedback I heard was on what was going to go into the pool that we built. And I just want to ensure that I'm going to get the information back that I'm looking for in order to make that next decision.
Your worship, Councillor Macon, absolutely we can engage with council as well. That would be part of this process to find out if there's any special things, or making sure that we're asking the questions that you need to be able to make your decisions.
Okay, perfect. So I was thinking that ranking actually might not kind of be what I'm looking for. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
You know, following up on that question, when we built the Dow, none of you were around, but I was. Council gave a budget of $18 million, 18.5 to build the DCC. And they gave it to the architect who then ultimately went out and designed something for $18.5 million. It didn't have the track in it around the soccer pitch. It didn't have the judo pitch in. It didn't have a lot of amenities that were in the performing arts area. And ultimately, then what happened after we saw that, we knew that we had to increase the budget. I think it increased to about $24 million. So the question is that, does that make sense as to what you're proposing, that ultimately we've got kind of a budget right now of what, 54 million? Thereabouts? Okay. So then this engagement is going to be generally looking at some enhancements to what the facility will look like. Is that kind of, so that would be kind of in line with what we did with the Dow Center final design that ultimately went to tender and was constructed on that basis.
Worship to Councilor Harris, I think it'll be very similar to that. Again, it's the base core building, and then what we could add to it within that budget, or try to add to it within that budget, and what things would be without over and above budget, and whether council wishes to change things to include those.
Yeah, I think that's really critical too, because if you open the book, the wish list, if you will, people will have no end of requests, and I would have no doubt that the costs would go up. Second question, would we ever consider a construction manager at risk contract as opposed to a design bid build? Because I think if we brought in an architect earlier in the process following this, and ultimately then used it to inform the development of a final facility, that would probably take a lot of the surprises and a lot of the change orders out of the process. Have you given that any thought?
Your Worship of Council Harris, actually on this project, we're proposing to use an integrated project delivery model, which is very similar to that project management at risk, construction manager at risk, sorry.
Okay, so then we have the architect on stream earlier, and
the architect, the construction company, everybody on board, yes.
I'm really glad to hear that, because that in itself will help us manage the costs going forward. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for all the information. Lots of information in there, and it was nice to see a fairly clear result on this. Has the Piranhas, the swim team that uses the current harbor pool, been talked to? And I ask this because with the current pool, apparently they have trouble holding swim meets because of some of the, so I just want to make sure that, you know, they're going to have facilities that are usable for future swim meets.
Through your worship to Council Blizzard, yes, they didn't fully engage at the time when we did the public engagement, but we are, in talking with our staff, we understand the requirements they need to meet. So currently, for example, the harbor pool is not large enough to actually accommodate all the swimmers, so they actually have to have people outside due to fire code. So we rent the Normandy room to them so that they actually have space if there's inclement weather. And so obviously the new design is considering that as well in terms of what they need to be able to host the meet. So yeah, we feel fairly confident that we'll be able to address those things within the concept that we have now.
A bit of a surprise that they're not engaging, because I would think if I was heading that up as any part of a member of that, I would want to make sure we engage with the city. Anyways, another question is, so when this comes back and you've done consultation, will we get a bit of a list of some of the amenities with the cost involved? And is there a way to maybe have some that are like, gee, this is a nice to have, but doesn't fit in the budget, but maybe in the future? You know, something that could be internally added, the buildings there?
Your Worship, the council was just, we haven't, fleshed out the entire process and what it would look like, but it would be some form of menu with some costing involved in that as well. So yeah, I think to answer your question, yes, though adding things after sometimes gets difficult if space is required and things like that.
I guess if you rough a few things in, it might be possible, but yes, I agree. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next on the speaking order. So I guess the question I have is sort of similar to that. There's a lot of pools being built right now with a lot of different amenities, whether it's the rivers or the slides. And I'm making the assumption that we wouldn't go with the wave pool since it was a massive failure in Harbor Pool. But so given that there's so much of that information out there now, is it not possible to kind of go and garner what the costs of those are so that you don't have to wait quite as long?
Your Worship, I think that there is a lot of costing out there, and the consultants and the contractors that we bring on board will have experience with that. That's the intent of bringing them on, and as well as what current costing for some of those amenities could be. So we will, as we go through the process, be bringing back kind of those ideas in terms of what they are and what they would cost. So we'll have that as we go. It's just today we don't have that.
Okay. Just walk me through the time frame again. So if you get the 5.4 million approved today and you work on the debenture bylaw for August, you're going to walk away from here and do what?
Your worship, so our intent, and it's a little bit on paper because we did provide something with to you, is we would start engaging for the consulting team. So we bring on a consultant to help us with the IPD process. It is a new process for us. It's a little bit different than we've done in the past. We want to make sure we do that right. We'd bring them on right away in the summer, and then we can start. They would help us develop the RFPs for the actual design and construction team as we go through, and that would, through the fall, we'd be bringing those people on board and getting that full team together so that we're, when the, assuming the borrowing law is passed, it's funded, we can go right into design, and we'll have that full team together working forward by the end of the year, early in the new year, just when everybody's on board. And then through that, they can start working on their concepts and background information and putting all that together while an engagement process is happening, if that's what we choose to go forward with. And then we'd be back in the late spring with the results of that engagement, so council knows what we're looking to include within the final design and concept. Once that's locked down, we would continue on with the design process, and we would be back end of year 25, early 26 with looking for construction and final concept approval. With the IPD process, we actually sign the construction contracts earlier in the process than you would with standard design bid build. So it does speed up that a little bit. So once those contracts are signed, they actually complete the final design and move right into construction. So they can expedite some of the construction items that don't need a full design. So it's the process would take us probably a year and a half to get to the point where we'd be coming back for final construction approval and budget approval.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Multiple questions, but I'm going to start with page 125 of our report or package. It's a graph or a map showing results by enumeration area. A couple quick observations. Number one, I would think that the medium blue shaded area to the northeast, that large thing, ought not to be there. That's industrial zone. I can't imagine there'd been many responses there. And we show that as being 55 to 70% in favor. So I don't know how many people live over there, but it's not representative of the community. Likewise, to the south and southeast of the community, the light pink area that's agricultural, showing under 40, again, I can't imagine there's many people living there. Now the observation. This is interesting because it shows what I'm going to suggest is a age or age bias probably in terms of wanting facilities like this. The only section that was above 70% is the Sienna area, the new growth area in Fort Saskatchewan, which would be where, of course, I would expect to find more younger families. The pink area is essentially most of this area, the downtown core, where you're going to find people without kids who know what paying a bill is all about. So observations, I like the map. I just like to suggest that we do it in the future. We try to clean it up a bit so that it's not quite so distracting. Councillor Harris and Grant, you just referenced some design/build options. What assurance can you give council when you sign the contract earlier before design is done that in fact we will not see a 70% cost overrun like we experienced in a recent or nearby utility after the contract to build was signed? So what assurances do we have that in fact we're going to live to a budget when we don't know what it is we're building before we sign the contract?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, and maybe it's I misspoke or didn't really interpret it as well as I should have. We do know what we're going to build. We don't have all the details worked out, those final fine construction details. We know the materials, we know how it's going to be built, we know the size, we know the layout, we know all the major items that are within it. The IPD and integrated project delivery process is a little bit different, and it's a partnership between the city, the contractor, and the designer. It's a three-way contract rather than us having a contract with the designer and us having a contract with the builder. It is a three-way contract that gets signed at that point. So there's advantages and risks to that. The advantage for us is it gives us cost certainty. They're signing a contract saying they will deliver the project at the cost that's agreed to, within the time frame that's agreed to, at the quality that's agreed to. If they don't meet those things, within this contract, the profit is outside of that. There's a profit pool. So if they don't meet those obligations, the profit pool shrinks to cover those cost overruns. Okay. The risk to the city, and this is if things go completely sideways, is that the profit pool gets eaten down to zero, so nobody's making any money, but we're still on the hook for the actual cost of construction, which would not include any profit. So there's still a risk. It's a lesser risk. It's a shared risk, I think, between all parties, rather than contractor just coming in with change orders constantly, trying to make back something maybe they missed in the bid.
I think that makes sense, Grant, except at the end when you describe the scenario where the profit pool is eroded to zero, what incentive do they have to continue working, right? And to an acceptable level?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, I think that that is the exceptional scenario that is. I mean, there's always that risk, so we don't want to downplay it, but it is I think a minor risk, and in my mind, it's a lesser risk than just having cost overruns as we go.
So just to summarize, and to put my mind at ease, thank you. There's going to be a fixed price contract, plus or minus some small stuff that is itemized and yet to be determined, and plus or minus 5%, I would expect then on the contract signed.
Yeah, there'll be, so Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, so the contract was signed, we'll say there'll be, and I'm throwing numbers out because don't want to be held to these, but just to give example, there'll be $45 million in hard construction costs, hard construction design. There'll be, I don't know what's reasonable, 7-8% for profit as a profit pool. And then the city itself will hold some contingency for those things that the city wants to add at the back end if there's some small things.
Thank you. I'm going to ring back in. Thank you, Mayor Catcher.
Yep. Councillor Abatoye.
I actually do not have any questions. I just want to put the motion on. What's you ranking? So.
Okay. Do you want to just wait and I'll see? Yeah. We'll go through questions. Okay. Councillor Harris on round 2. Whoops, just a second here.
The map as Appendix A was very unclear. Do you have a clearer map that you can distribute to council in due course? Because I couldn't tell where census enumerator or enumeration area 701 was. It's fuzzy. So if legislative services can send us a paper copy of the map or something that's clear, then we can look at, as Councillor Kelly was talking about, there were a certain number of responses from the agricultural area, if you will, or the industrial area. So I can't tell what it is. So just a question of clarification.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Harris, we can prepare a more detailed map and distribute it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councillor Kelly. Questions?
You bet. Thank you. And to build on, I think, the good points that Councillor Harris made on building to budget and budgeting this project, I too have a concern that if we wave the candy card out, that there will be almost a frenzy for all the bells and whistles, and what controls do we have in place so to control that? So again, the process will be design a budget for essentially I won't say a basic facility, but a more modest, a Chevrolet type facility, and then budget and present to council options and the cost of those options, and presumably what merits there are to having those options in terms of increased user fees.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we could look at the potential of what the user fees would be. Again, I guess it will depend at what point of this project we're in, and then if we would the timelines for it, because we do have to consider costing, but we generally don't do it on a amenity by amenity situation. It's rather what's the overall access to the facility, because we don't have a charge for using the slide. So it's really what's the admission to the building and and ultimately we need to know what's in it at the end of the day to look for comparables as well as our overall cost. So some of it I think could be based on just the overall costing to help us decide what those appropriate fees and charges will be for admission to the facility or for a particular program. So again, it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg of we could come up with something, but if it's not the actual final design, it won't necessarily be accurate.
Okay, thank you. The map that I referenced, the heat map, it's apparent that the older you are and the further removed you are from having family, the less interested you likely are in having a swimming pool. I think that's a decent generalization. During the process, I tend to hear from, I guess, probably throughout the year, but during this process, certainly tended to hear from people that are closer to my age than people that aren't close to my age. And one of the things I heard repeatedly was, how do we build the pool for $54 million and not $75 million? So which gets us back to how we design it, what we set our goals for, and how we manage the want list. So I'm going to lay that out on the table. I don't expect a response, but I would like to suggest that we're operating with a budget of $55 million as forecast. And if in fact the budget goes through the roof, that you'll be back in front of council asking for some input on what happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I put the motion, I'm just gonna ask a quick question. So in the hard costs you're talking, because you talked about the city holding contingencies, but wouldn't the contractor also be estimating contingency within their own costs? Would that be separate from what the city is going to be holding?
Your worship, Councillor Abatoye, typically the contractor would hold a contingency. The city's contingency would be more for something that in the end we decided to add rather than, or we needed to change, that was driven by us, not by something within the contract.
Right, so there's going to be their own contingency, because that's standard best practice for project management. Okay, perfect, thank you. I will make the motion that council amend capital projects 24016 aquatic planning construction to increase the 2024 approved budgets from 2 million to 5.4 million. And furthermore, the council directs administration to present first reading of a borrowing bylaw no later than August 31, 2024.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, absolutely. So when I first read this RFD, and I saw that design phase will include public engagement, I had like a big red flag in my head, because, you know, one of the things we've heard is about communication or engagement fatigue from the community, you know, and people are tired of all the public engagements, you know. And so out of my curiosity, I put out a poll on my Facebook to see, you know, what people thought about another public engagements regarding the aquatics facility. And to my surprise, almost 200 people responded, and it was 70% yes. And that was really surprising for me, but apparently well, I mean, it's a small fraction of the whole community, I agree, but that definitely swayed my mind on, and I think you've clarified the public engagement part of what you're going to be doing. And I think it's pretty, and it's not going to elongate the process, right? It's going to be a part of the process, you know, so I think it's not actually a bad idea for us to do it. But regarding the motion, I think that we've heard from our community, and there's been significant community support and demand for a new aquatics facility based on the surveys and public consultations that has been done. And there's a willingness to support the investments. I know it's a significant investment, but there's a willingness from the community to support it. I definitely agree with doing a debenture, because that way we are able to extend or spread out the burden, over a longer period of time, and making it more manageable and ensuring that the financial burden is shared equitably among current and future residents who will benefit from the project. So obviously this is design phase. It's one step in the direction that I think our community has been wanting to see. And I want to also say that yes, we got 69.7% of people say yes, they want an aquatics facility, but I want to acknowledge the 30.3% of people that said no. Your vote matters, and I think your voice matters in this whole process. But a bigger share of the people said yes, and so I just wanted to acknowledge those people and just say that your votes is acknowledged. But in concerning the motion, I think that's what this is a step in the right direction. Council have gotten I want to say a marching order from the community, and I think this will be the right thing to do at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's on for discussion and debate. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. I'm very excited to see the next step of this project progress. I guess a comment that I would just make is I would love to see our fabulous communications department kind of putting some stuff out there about what our next step is and kind of the plan for this process, something that shows this is where we're at. This is how long this is going to take, and this is where we project this project to be completed, just so that they know what the next step is, and we're not seeing a million posts saying, where's the pool? I thought we voted for that. So I'd love to see some communication go out in that regard, but if this passes. So but I do support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, I'm going to support the motion with a fairly resounding majority of people in Fort Saskatchewan who came to us and said that they want to go ahead with this with the cost that was given to them. I think it's fairly clear which way we should be heading, and also our harbor pool has had a good run, and we're going to have to be investing a lot of capital dollars in that if we weren't to go ahead with a pool at a new aquatics facility at the DCC to make sure that facility is functional for the upcoming many years, and although it's not accommodating the service level that is being demanded by various user groups in the community right now. And I will thanks for the clarification about the further public engagement. It was my concern as well that we could be asking too many questions to people, but I think what Councillor Macon said was does ring true, is that people, if they're going to be paying for something in the upcoming years for many years, that they want to at least have their say in what amenities should be included for everybody to kind of be happy in that type of new space that we're going to be paying for. So, and then personally, I think the feedback, just being a swimmer in a former life, the feedback that you've received from the Piranha Swim Club definitely should be a large factor. I anticipate if a new aquatics facility is built, that there will be a year-round swim club that'd be wanting to occupy the space, and for they need certain setbacks and deck space and whatnot to accommodate being able to host events and train adequately, which I am sure will be a demand in the community as it grows. So we'll be supporting the motion, and that's about all I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to support the motion as well. I guess my comments are going to be that, through the public process, what we heard a lot on Facebook was that the plan was boring, but it only showed a basic pool or two pools with the hot tub. My only concern that I have, because we said it was $54 million, so now we go back out to the public to say, well, what additions do you want, is the false hope that we're not creating a false sense of hope with them, that so they say, well, we want a river, we want 2 or 3 slides. I don't know what else comes with the pool other than things like that. But, I guess it's just a real concern that I have that, we can get the price of these things, but if it comes back and all of a sudden you're adding a river to it and how many millions more, if it comes back way over it, are you going back to the public? And, I fully support we got to get moving on this, but I'm just saying, like there's got to be a bit of a interpretation already of what we think we can fit into this. So based on the pools that have been built in the last while, and I know I've been looking at some of those online, and I guess that's the only concern that I have, is not creating false hopes. So I'll make that comment and leave it with that. Councillor Harris.
I was dubious at the beginning in our discussions for the support in the community, but I was pleasantly surprised to see that there was overwhelming support for it. I was of a different mindset and opinion in terms of retrofitting Harbor Pools so that it would meet our needs well into the future and give us a second pool that when our community grows, we would actually have 2 aquatic facilities in the community. That obviously isn't going to come to pass, and I've kind of walked away from that now. But I'm surprised to see the overwhelming support for it with the response on the census question. So with that, I guess I'll support it on that basis, respecting the fact that the will of the people has been spoken.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Just going to say I will support the motion. I was very thrilled that about 70% of the people supported it, because the ones that chose not to answer, to me, they didn't make a choice, so they don't count. So 70% for it, strong support. I hope that we can have some amenities, maybe a river is possible in that budget, but whatever it is, I'm sure we'll find a few things and everybody will be happy, and hopefully we'll go forward with a nice pool in a few years.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else on discussion and debate. Councillor Abatoye, do you wish to close?
Yes, thank you. So a couple weeks ago, I wrote an article in the paper, and I got a few emails, and one particular one was a very detailed email about St. Albert's Pool and some things that we can learn from there. So I guess as we go out in our public engagements, we need to be, I guess what I'm trying to say is we need to be remain cognizant of the costs, right, and not overblow the budgets. And obviously, if for any reason it's going to go over that estimate we have on paper, you're going to come back to council, right? It's not going to be like, okay, this we're going to go ahead and build that pool. So definitely support the motion. I think that's it's about time. Honestly, it's about time, and that's it.
Right, the motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that passes unanimously. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, we will move on to 10-year capital plan overview. So I see there's oh, okay. I was just going to ask if somebody was online. So, okay. So welcome, Jeremy, Kathy, and Grant.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, the City's Chief Financial Officer. And with me today is Kathy Langkoff, Acting Manager, Budget and Financial Planning, and Grant Schaefer, Director of FF&E. Also here to assist with answering questions, we have a few directors present that are responsible for capital projects within the 10-year capital plan to assist with answering questions. The purpose of this presentation today is to provide Council with an update on the 10-year capital plan for years 2025 through 2034. The main focus will be to review spending priorities over the next decade, including proposed changes to major capital and new minor capital projects, life cycle replacements, and the Horizon list. Council feedback is welcome and will be taken back for consideration as administration continues to develop the 2025 operating and capital budgets in preparation for the fall budget meetings. Should Council wish, amendments to the plan can be made through amending motions. The 10-year capital plan is prepared in accordance with the Operating and Capital Budgets Policy, FIN 24-C. The plan was last reviewed by Council during the 2024 budget meetings and was adopted by Council on December 12, 2023. The plan provides a strategic framework for managing the city's capital investments and serves as a comprehensive long-term financial planning document. Major capital projects follow a consistent framework for evaluation, planning, and approval pursuant to the budget policy. The approval process for major capital occurs in two phases. The first phase involves partial design and funding up to 10% of the project's cost based on a Class 5 estimate. The second phase involves final approval for remaining design, if any, and construction costs based on a Class 2 estimate. If a Class 3 or better estimate is known prior to design, such as for the neighborhood rehab projects, the two-phase approval process does not apply. Within the 10-year capital plan, there are 10 major capital projects planned for within the first 5 years of the plan, and 3 projects are planned for in the latter 5-year period. So starting with major capital projects during the first 5 years, they include Veterans Way Corridor Widening, Phase 1. This was once part of the 2024 capital budget. This project has been deferred to future years, as it was dependent on funding from other levels of government which did not materialize. Construction is planned to begin in 2029, with design work scheduled for 2028. Total budget for this project is $30.1 million, adjusted for inflation and representing a Class 2 estimate. Veterans Way Pedestrian Crossing North. Construction for this project must be done concurrently with the Phase 1 corridor widening. Therefore, its timeline has been deferred until 2029 as well. It has an inflation-adjusted budget of $4.35 million based on a Class 2 estimate. Alternative water line. This project will determine the preferred option to meet the city's future water needs as demand is expected to increase. Design work will commence in 2024, with construction to follow. Total budget for the project is $25 million, based on a preliminary estimate that will be refined as the project develops. Aquatics planning and construction. As mentioned in the aquatics question presentation, the design budget for this project was previously divided over 2 years, with $2 million being approved for in the 2024 capital budget. With the passing of today's motion, the design budget has been increased to $5.4 million and is reflected in the current 10-year capital plan. The project's total budget of $54 million has been adjusted for inflation and is based on a Class 5 estimate. New fire station planning and construction. The construction start date for this project has been adjusted 1 year forward to 2027 to allow additional time for design. A budget of $2 million has been allocated to 2025 for design work and further refinement of project scope. The total budget for the project is $22 million and is based on a preliminary cost estimate. City limit entrance signs. The start date for construction has been moved from 2026 to 2027 to allow more time for design. Total budget for this project is $600,000 based on a preliminary estimates and is subject to further refinement through the design phase. Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP, implementation. This is a new major capital project added to the 10-year capital plan that sees replacement of the city's ERP system over a period of several years. The project's total budget of $5.4 million is based on a recommended implementation plan in the ERP assessment report that was presented to Council in May. Materials handling site. Based on the snow melt and materials handling site feasibility study presented to Council this past March, this project is intended to purchase land for the materials handling site, securing an option for adjacent land use to house future snowmelt, and thirdly, to fund partial design to develop a Class 2 estimate for site improvements. $1.7 million has been budgeted for this project for 2025. The water tower refurbishment. The city's aging water tower requires maintenance. A detailed assessment of the water tower is currently underway and should be completed and shared with Council in Q3 2024. The assessment will be used to inform the type and scope of work needed. For 2025, $1.6 million has been budgeted and is based on a combination of preliminary and Class 5 estimates. Neighborhood rehabilitation, annual funding for this project will increase by $0.48 million. That's $0.48 million as opposed to an increase of $0.34 million shown in the previous 10-year capital plan. The increase is based on the recommended funding model within the Neighborhood Rehabilitation Asset Management Plan that was presented to Council in February. The first year of accelerated contributions is scheduled for 2025. Also to note, in accordance with the operating and capital budgets policy, since the capital plan was last reviewed by Council, there have been 2 major capital projects moved from the last 5 years of the plan to the first 5 years. These include the Clover Park Bridge Replacement Project and the new Arena DCC Planning and Construction Project. In the last 5 years of the 10-year capital plan, so this is 2030 to 2034, there are 3 major capital projects. They include the phases 2 through 5 of the Veterans Way Corridor widening, the Veterans Way pedestrian crossing south, and replacement of the 100th Avenue Ross Creek Bridge and culvert. Moving on to new minor capital projects proposed for within the 10-year capital plan. Under the city's parks growth plan, there are a number of planned equipment additions as shown. For 2025, these include a utility tractor with mowing deck and snow blade attachments, and an ice resurfacer attachment for use on the city's outdoor rinks. For 2026, a stump grinder, which will eliminate the need for rented equipment, 2 additional zero-turn mowers to support growth in the South Fort area, and a 1/4-ton truck with hydraulic lift to service the litter and garbage control program. And for 2027, the addition of a second arborist truck with bucket lift will permit 2 arborist teams to operate at higher elevations. And continuing with new minor capital projects under the Transit Services Review and Action Plan, 2 additional transit buses are planned for 2027 to serve developing neighborhoods. And due to supply chain constraints, they must be procured in 2025 to ensure they are operational by summer 2027. For 2026, all bus stops within the city will be assessed to determine opportunities for improved accessibility and space for additional amenities, and this capital project is contingent on receipt of federal funding. And lastly, Fire Services is planning to add a pickup truck in 2025 to support existing staff. Capital life cycle replacements within the 10-year capital plan include 1 significant piece of equipment. Within Fire Services, Ladder 1 is planned for replacement in 2027 at a budgeted cost of $2.5 million. The replacement process from design, build, and delivery is expected to take approximately 3 years. The Horizon List tracks capital projects not currently within the 10-year capital plan. As part of the annual budget process, the Horizon List is reviewed to assess the status and viability of the projects listed and is updated as required. The process of transitioning major capital projects from the Horizon List to the capital plan follows the same major capital projects framework established by the operating and capital budgets policy. So there are 3 projects that have been added to the Horizon List. They include the South Annex Lands Reservoir Phase 2, Township Road 542 and Veterans Way intersection, and the Snow Dump Land Acquisitions and Construction. These projects will undergo further evaluation and consideration for future inclusion in the 10-year capital plan. 3 capital projects have been moved from the Horizon List to the 10-year capital plan, and I think I've mentioned all of these already. They include the arborist lift truck, the 2 additional transit buses, and the water tower refurbishment. And 4 projects have been removed from the Horizon List, including the transfer station Toolcat, traffic lights at 108th Street and 99th Avenue, the Freon removal building at the transfer station, and the park's garbage collection unit. As for next steps, administration will proceed with development of the 2025 capital budget and 10-year capital plan according to established timelines. Feedback from today's meeting will be considered within the context of further refinements as needed. In addition, administration will complete its detailed funding analysis for presentation to council during the fall budget meetings. And before I close, just a quick reminder of the 2025 budget timeline. The 2025 capital budget the 2025 capital budget and 10-year capital plan presentations are scheduled for October 16th and 21st. The 2025 operating budget presentations and deliberations will follow in November, with 4 days scheduled, the 14th, 18th, 21st, and 28th. And formal budget approvals by council will take place during the regular council meeting on December 10th. And that concludes my presentation. Ms. Lankoff and I, along with directors, are happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know this is for information. There's no motion that's being put on, but I am going to give council a little bit of latitude. I'm not going to come down on you if you make some comments. So I will just say I'm going to set the basis for the foundation for that right now. So, but we'll just all be respectful and try and have a couple at a time. Councillor Harris?
2 questions. First of all, during our budget discussion last year, capital budget, I had sponsored a review of the Chabot Park staircase. The final decision and disposition of that at that point in time is that it would be put on the horizon list. I do not see that project on the horizon list. Point me to where it is included anywhere in the capital plan, 10-year, otherwise, or in the horizon list, because it should be there.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I do remember adding it. Ms. Lankoff, do you know if
I don't see it on any of the documents you've given to us in the eScribe. Okay. So I point that out only insofar I don't want to get that lost. I would have liked to have seen it in the 10-year capital plan, but I respected the fact that it probably would take some level of input from the community and look at it in relation to the overall broader trails master plan and access into the River Valley. So if I can leave that with administration to make sure that that doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Second question is about the the water tower. I realize the water tower is somewhat iconic in our community, but I think we're probably getting close to the point of not needing a water tower and ultimately our water system being managed through pumps and pressure as opposed to the head generated by the water tower. And I know that we're using it in other areas from a promotion standpoint, but I hope that when we go out to look at that, we really look at what the overall cost benefit of having the water tower is in relation to our utility system, net of any, call it marketing provision that we have with our communication and marketing stuff. So I just point that out because that's going to be something I'm going to be paying attention to when we ultimately get to that project point of view. Those are my 2 questions or observations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Yes, thank you. As I scrolled through this, I mean, the numbers didn't surprise me. They're similar to what we saw last fall, but when we get out a couple of years and we look at the proposed capital spend, the numbers become very large, obviously. The funding isn't included with this. You alluded to that, Jeremy, and I appreciate that. It's just that, in my mind, it's hard to track mentally. In fact, I'm going to tell you impossible to mentally keep tabs on the operating impact of the capital projects that council is considering, along with the operating impact of known budget decisions we've either already made and are yet to see in the future, such as increased RCMP presence or a new fire hall, or a second shift for the fire hall that happened last year. And on top of that, occasionally, and there was notice from administration at the last in-camera session that I missed, that anticipated known budget impacts going forward. And I wonder if, and it might take a notice of motion, so tell me what you need, it would be possible for administration to do a 10-year here's what the capital thing says, and I don't need a detail, just a number, because the detail will be on your schedule. Here's the resolutions council's already passed for increased RCMP, so it's 140,000 this year and another 140 next year, and a cumulative number so that we can track the impacts of this stuff. Going forward, I honestly believe it would make imminent sense to have that when we do budget, because nothing happens in and of itself. Every decision impacts something else. And I think sometimes, at least I believe I do, I forget about the impacts of the prior decisions we've made as they get phased in over the next 2 or 3 years. So would it be possible, Jeremy, to provide council with something like that? If it's a lot of work, you might need a notice of motion, and I'm prepared to do that. Tell me what you need, please.
Through your worship too, Councillor Kelly. I think what I'm envisioning from what you're saying is that we do that work, but we do that as part of when we present the budget in the fall. We come back to council with a detailed funding analysis on the 10-year capital plan. We do have a section within our budget that talks about already committed impacts to the operating budget and to capital, along with the operating impacts from the capital and previous decisions. You're looking at something before budget presentations?
Yeah, I'd like them added together and shown in one document. And on top of that, anticipated too. I mean, to the extent you can disclose that information.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think really the best in terms of timing that we can do with development of the budget is to present it at the time the budget is presented. That way we ensure that we're providing the most complete information to council, taking all of the decisions up until that point.
And I don't suppose I have a problem with that, Jeremy, but I would like it on one page or one document rather than 2 or 3 documents throughout the budget. So you indicated I know the capital funding is included in the 10-year capital plan. I know it's there.
Yep.
But there's a separate section that talks about known operating changes. And I'd like to see it added into one, summarized by year.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, just to note, you probably know this already, but when I presented the property tax bylaw, within that council report, in the appendix, we had an amended 2024 operating budget and 2024 capital budget, which would have taken any motions that would have amended that spring budget. So you'll find a detailed listing of adjustments to that point in time, amending the 2024 operating and capital budget. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but that was included as part of the...
My point is that when we make a decision today, it has a cumulative effect going forward, and it's easy to lose sight of that. And if we had a summary on a chart, spreadsheet out by year, with a line listing like this saying, here's the effect of the decision you just made, or here's the effect of the decision you're about to make, or here's what we're anticipating, because we have a breakdown in the training of our traffic enforcement speed camera folks that wasn't anticipated. So anyway, I'll leave it at that, Jeremy. The capital budget, it alarms me, but it is what it is. That's not your fault. It's something we will deal with or not deal with as we see fit. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. The one thing I noted was, given the significant residential increase in Fort Station being currently built and anticipated, I'm just curious if removing the 108th Street and 99th traffic lights, even from the horizon list, is a little premature without fully understanding the impact of that. Or maybe you just shine light on why it was removed.
Your worship of Councillor Macon, so for a number of years it kind of just been trailing along with us, and we made the decision to pull it out because there was nothing imminent really happening. I don't think that the development that's going there now will trigger that need yet, based on the TA that was done previous. But when we hit those triggers or we see something more happening, we would definitely bring it back in. It might be one of those things that gets added to the current year rather than through the full 10-year process.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Just looking for a little bit of clarity on the water tower refurbishment. Just the way the paragraph reads, it seems like administration is taking the direction of doing cost estimates for the refurbishment of it. But so when are we, like specifically when we see the report in Q3, that's going to include an asset retirement option as well, and like the pros and cons of keeping versus removing, and what that time frame could look like with the duration of its life in that report as well. So that was my understanding when I think we visited it about a year and a half ago.
Your Worship, I can provide more details here. Yes, the intent is in Q3 we will provide 3 cost estimates. One for maintaining the water tower as a functioning asset, one for maintaining the water tower as a non-functioning asset, and a third for removal of the water tower. So council will be provided with those options.
That's perfect, and I think that's as comprehensive as we need. And then obviously one of the options will include what it would take for pump replacement and location, preferred location for that. Should we retire it?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So I guess my question comes to the signs. And I know we did a rebranding, but I guess, you know, we've talked about signs for, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years. And I thought when we heard this last time, it was like, no, it would be in for 2025, but now it's moved to 2027. So it's not a huge project, but why do you keep bumping it out?
Your Worship, so the intent is to bring this forward in 2025 for design, concept, figure out what we're going to do, because that will really influence what the cost will be. And these are some of the things we don't know, like do we want to include technology? Are they just a sign? Are they something that we want to be able to change the branding on as we go? So I think that the timing of it, it is that 2-phase approval. Right now it's shown for 27, I believe, for actual construction. But if we work through design and it's the wish of council, we could bump that up and bring that forward as we go. But it was just to make sure we didn't try and rush something through without thinking it through and getting the input of council, I guess, more in terms of what we want to see.
Okay, because it's been on the books forever. Crepes. I remember Terry Stacy working on this. That's a long time ago. So as far as design, I would think there would be something that's already being considered. And then the fire hall as well, you've got design in 1 year and then 2 years out. Is the design so complex, or why are you just not looking at, a copy paste from somewhere else?
Your Worship, with any design for a building like that, there's a copy and paste in terms of the layout, but the site itself requires some actual detailed design. Depending on what's approved and what the amenities are within it, and that I think is still being worked on to come forward. It could be a 12 to 18 month design period, so it just gives that flexibility. Or if it's a very small, simple thing, as what the final design is, it could be shortened. Again, it's that 2-phase approval process, so it'd be up to the wish of council, I guess, as to how quickly we move towards that construction approval.
Okay, and I'm not going to get into a bunch of debate on any of these because they'll be debated at the capital budget. But the only question that I have is, when you give it to us, could you actually print us off some big sheets? These are so hard to see. I know you don't like paper, Councillor Harris, but my eyes struggle with these, so that's just a request. Let's see, we're going on to round 2. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Yeah, thank you. I second, please print the capital budget. I would have done it myself, but I didn't feel like trying to line it up and spend a half hour with a roll of Scotch tape to get it readable. Now, having said that, just some observations on a couple of the things, I guess, to prep maybe administration for the capital budget session. ERP, it's an enormous project. I know you know that. You've already warned us. I know firsthand of an Alberta company with 1,300 employees that was literally brought to their knees for 2 years during that conversion. At that time, I Googled, of course, and read about multinational companies being brought to their knees and in serious ways by adopting an enterprise resource solution. So I'm going to be looking for assurances on how you're going to mitigate. Is that me?
I don't know what that was.
Oh, okay. Mitigate that kind of risk. Transit to the other side of the highway. I would really like to see from the transit folks the demand analysis. Everybody over there, every household has multiple cars, so, and I'm comfortable saying that. It's a fact. So I'm going to need to know the why it is we're planning to run a transit system to an area town where it very well might not be needed. And then, Mayor Katcher, thank you for the discretion you've allowed, but when it comes time for the fire hall discussion, please include in your discussion the option for something very basic, like I am told happens in the city of Calgary, that is scalable. So we're looking at something small to start with and something that would be scalable outward and upward as the city grows. As I too struggle with a 2 year, $2.5 million design for something that is essential, and I don't mean to minimize it, but it is really a garage with sleeping arrangements and living arrangements. And anything over and above, we already have a hall 2 miles down the road that can handle the details of the other stuff. And I'll leave it at that. I look forward to the discussion in October.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
So picking up from the fire hall discussion that Councillor Kelly just brought up, we'll be looking at alternatives of saying that the current hall will not be in the middle of the community. It'll be on the north side of the community as we grow south. And that the current site beside Heartland Ford is ultimately in the middle of the community. Will we be looking at that being a bigger site initially, right away, and that ultimately downgrading the size of the existing hall to basically an auxiliary hall? Because I think what I heard we were going to do is talk about a small facility, and as Councillor Kelly talked about, ramping up as required. My thought process would be to build a new, bigger Skookum facility on that site so it's in the middle of the community as we grow south, and that the other one become an auxiliary hall that would ultimately support response to the industrial area, the downtown core, and the existing areas of the community that have been here forever. So what's envisioned in terms of the concept of what we're going to do with fire hall options?
Mr. Fleming.
Yeah, just a reminder to council that council did approve an amount of money for the 2024 budget for what we're referring to as a fire hall scoping exercise.
Okay.
So we've actually, I don't know if we've secured a vendor yet. I know we were working on the RFP. I'd seen that a while ago, but to get a vendor in to actually look at different options and justifications for why the hall might need to be bigger or smaller. And that discussion is intended to come back to council before we even get into the design process itself. So
it could address what I'm saying, is that council then has an opportunity to chew on the issue of whether we would rather have a new, better facility in the location as opposed to a little small one that can be scaled. We'll have that opportunity?
Exactly that, I would say, yes.
Okay, well, I think that would be a good discussion for council, and I think it addresses Councillor Kelly's his observations and probably mine as well.
Okay, that looks like all the questions. I think you're getting out of here early, or you guys. Anyway, thank you very much for your information. We look forward to spending a few days with you during budget. All right, pardon? Okay, I've been asked for a comfort break, so it's 1:30, so let's take 5 minutes, and we have already done items 7.3, 7.4, so when we return, we'll go to 8.1. So 5 minutes. Okay, we will return to session with the next item being 8.1 bylaw C1024, major investment incentives for 3 readings. Aaron Brush Duncan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Erin Brush Duncan, Director of Economic Development, and with me today is Economic Development Officer Blake Chartrand. We're here to present the Major Incentive Bylaw C10-24. In 2019, the provincial government introduced Bills 7 and 29 amending the Municipal Government Act. These amendments allow municipalities to offer multi-year property tax incentives to attract non-residential development. Then on December 8th of 2020, Council adopted Bylaw C28-20, establishing the Heartland Incentive Program. This program provides a tax exemption of up to 2.5% of eligible capital costs for energy value chain projects with a capital expenditure of over $50 million. On April 28th of 2022, administration received the final draft of the Fort Saskatchewan Investment Attraction Strategy, and this report provided a high-level analysis to identify sectors and industries the city could be targeting for investment attraction. On November 8th of 2022, Council directed administration to prepare a study identifying obstacles and challenges in attracting investment to our industrial lands, in part due to concerns raised from a landowner that Fort Saskatchewan lands were seeing less investment than other comparable industrial areas. On October 17th of 2023, the Industrial Competitiveness Strategy and Toolset report was presented to Council, and then on December 12th of 2023, Council approved the Industrial Competitiveness Strategy and Toolset Implementation Plan, recommending the creation of incentive programs to attract new industrial investments. This major incentive bylaw and incentive programs are designed to enhance Fort Saskatchewan's attractiveness for industrial investments in key sectors. Corporate expansions and investments operate globally, with many jurisdictions competing for business. Incentives, while not the sole deciding factor, can reduce costs and make Fort Saskatchewan a more attractive option for investment. The new incentives are intended to attract and encourage target sector businesses in Fort Saskatchewan, increasing non-residential tax bases and encouraging long-term job growth. The bylaw was developed to align with these recommendations and further the goals of the Industrial Competitiveness Study, as well as to encourage spin-off investments from other major industrial projects in Alberta's industrial heartland. In developing these incentives, administration worked with our Industrial Competitive Strategy Consultant and area property owners. As well, we consulted with regional economic development partners like AIHA and Edmonton Global. The Major Incentive Bylaw includes 3 incentive programs: the Hydrogen Incentive Program, the Value Added Agriculture Incentive, and the Industrial Support and Manufacturing Incentive. These incentives were designed to encourage investment and address any site selection and investment gaps for 2 of our target sectors, hydrogen and value-added agriculture, as well as build our local industrial ecosystem and capture spin-off investment. We've worked to ensure alignment with regional and provincial incentives and programs to maximize investment attraction advantages and support economic growth. Our region is poised to be a major player in the hydrogen industry, attracting investment because of our ability to produce low-cost, low-emissions hydrogen at a global scale. The province of Alberta's hydrogen roadmap identified key markets for the growth of clean hydrogen in Alberta, and these were considered when determining eligible projects for our proposed hydrogen tax incentive. Comprehensive incentives for hydrogen are being investigated at every level of government, employing financial and non-financial means to help establish Canada as a hub for hydrogen-related development. This proposed hydrogen tax incentive targets smaller scale hydrogen projects that don't qualify for the Heartland Incentive Program. While the current Heartland Incentive Program is useful for large energy value chain investments, its requirements limit eligibility for smaller hydrogen-oriented businesses. Eligibility requirements surrounding employment size and capital investment levels do not currently allow for the often smaller scale innovative hydrogen energy companies necessary to build the industry. This incentive has been designed to mitigate risks for investors, attract these hydrogen companies, and address any competitive gap in regards to the traditionally high salaries for energy, oil, and gas personnel in the region. To be eligible for this incentives, the projects must be part of the hydrogen value chain, which encompasses facilities that either use hydrogen as a primary energy source or feedstock to produce higher value products or produce hydrogen for various applications. The proposed hydrogen tax incentive is 2.5% of eligible capital costs with a minimum capital expenditure of $10 million and requires a minimum of 50 workers during construction or 15 skilled permanent positions during operations. This incentive value of 2.5% aligns with our Heartland Incentive Program and the recommendations of the Industrial Competitiveness Study. The proposed minimum capital expenditure of the $10 million aligns with the proposed value-added agricultural incentive I'll be discussing next, and was also derived by reviewing investment inquiries and requests for information received from investors and site selectors, as well as consulting with subject matter experts with Edmonton Global. Here you can see that the 2.5% aligns with the Heartland Incentive Program. Canada is the largest producer and exporter of pulse crops globally, shipping to over 120 countries a year, making it a key driver for the Canadian economy. Currently, in Fort Saskatchewan, in the value-added agricultural sector, we've witnessed some lower overall investment compared to other jurisdictions, including Edmonton and Calgary. This incentive is designed to build upon Alberta's and Canada's significant agricultural sector and help the city effectively compete with other regions like Saskatchewan and the United States to attract this investment. This incentive leverages provincial incentives like the agri-processing investment tax credit, which is a 12% provincial tax credit, and federal sustainable agricultural partnership programs. This support from all levels of government signals a promising and supportive environment for global and local businesses, encouraging them to invest and grow within the region. To be eligible for the incentive, the program must involve value-added agriculture, which refers to the various processes that enhance or add value to agricultural products, including transforming or modifying raw agricultural products into new or improved products, or enhancing agricultural products through physical, chemical, or thermal means. The proposed value-added agricultural tax incentive is 2.5% of eligible capital costs with a minimum capital expenditure of $10 million and requires a minimum of 50 workers during construction or 15 skilled permanent positions during operations. The 2.5% incentive of eligible capital costs has been designed to align with the Heartland Incentive Program and the proposed hydrogen incentive. The $10 million in eligible capital cost threshold is recommended to align with the provincial agri-processing investment tax credit, the proposed hydrogen incentive, as well as the recommendations of subject matter experts with Edmonton Global. Here you can show the alignment between the value-added agricultural incentive and Alberta's agri-processing investment tax credit. They both have a $10 million minimum capital investment, and then our percentage of eligible capital costs of the 2.5% also aligns with our current Heartland Incentive Program. For our industrial support and manufacturing incentive, the Industrial Support Manufacturing Incentive aims to support smaller scale industrial businesses and to build the industrial ecosystem in our area, as well as capture spin-off investments from nearby large-scale industrial expansions. Some types of businesses that could be eligible for this program include logistics, maintenance and repair services, construction, and fabrication and manufacturing. This incentive will also act as a marketing tool to encourage the absorption of our light and medium industrial lands. As with our other incentives, temporary uses are not eligible. The incentive is designed to encourage long-term, sustainable business investment and growth in our light and medium industrial areas. The proposed industrial support and manufacturing incentive has a value of 5% of eligible capital costs up to a maximum of $250,000 and requires a minimum of 15 workers during construction or 5 skilled permanent positions during operations. This incentive also includes a lower minimum capital requirement of $1 million. This higher percentage of capital costs and lower minimum investment threshold are tailored to support smaller scale businesses, while the maximum cap of $250,000 ensures that the incentive remains targeted at this demographic. Administration is recommending a sunset clause of June 30th, 2029 to encourage quick investments and to specifically target businesses that are contributing to and supporting the spinoff activities of the industrial projects. In addition to the minimum capital expenditures and jobs, the programs must be located within the designated boundaries of the City of Fort Saskatchewan and Alberta's industrial heartland, be within a sector identified in this major incentive bylaw, be a new construction or expansion project, and must not be relocating from another member municipality of AIHA. Facilities that meet these requirements in either hydrogen or value-added agriculture would be eligible for an 80% exemption in their annual property tax until one of the two caps is met, either 2.5% of the capital cost of construction of the facility or the 10-year time limit. Facilities that meet the industrial support and manufacturing incentive requirements would be eligible for an 80% exemption in the annual property tax until one of the two caps are met, either 5% of the capital cost of construction for the facility up to the maximum of $250,000 or the 10-year timeline. Some key financial points. These incentives are only applicable to new construction or expansions, not for upgrades or non-capital costs. The City of Fort Saskatchewan's existing tax base remains unaffected as incentives do not cover existing structures or maintenance and turnarounds. The 80% exemption is on the incremental increase in property taxes for these projects. Even during these active incentive years, the city will still collect 20% of new tax revenue to offset any costs incurred during the development or growth needs. Tax incentives are only activated once the facility has completed construction and is operational, ensuring that the city is only exempting projects that provide actual outcomes and economic impacts. We're proposing a fee of $5,000 to cover costs of any experts needed in reviewing applications and executing the program. The new incentive program will be promoted through various channels, including the city's website, newsletters, and press releases. We are also working on the development of digital and print marketing materials to highlight all of these available incentives and Fort Saskatchewan's advantages. I welcome any questions or discussions on the proposed industrial incentives, as well as their potential impact on Fort Saskatchewan's growth and development.
Okay, thank you. I can kick the first question off. So with regards to the industrial one, you're saying $1 million is the minimum?
Correct.
So given a house costs almost $1 million in some areas to build, isn't $1 million relatively light for asking a business? I mean, can you talk about what the cost of a business or one of these commercial or industrial businesses might actually cost?
Sure. To your worship, we did do some consultations with some of the property owners that are in this region, as well as with some of our regional and industrial groups here, and as well as some of the RFIs that we've received, which are the requests for information from investors who are looking at different sites. And $1 million is on the lower side. However, if you were to start a smaller business and you're building a workshop, you would be slightly higher than that. Also, this would not include any of like your land costs or things like that. So it's just the actual construction of the site there. And the thought is this is a really great opportunity to encourage these smaller businesses to locate here in Fort Saskatchewan. And then as they grow, you know, we're seeing that growth here in our community.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Good answer to the last question. My question is, hydrogen, value-added agriculture, and then there's kind of a catch-all. Do you think we're narrowing our focus too much? Or is there a type of business that could be built out there, commercial enterprise that could be built out there that would not qualify?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes.
Such as?
So if a business were built out there that has a primary commercial or retail use, let's say they're selling things to the public, that is not something that we would be incentivizing at this time.
Fair enough. Anything else that you can think of offhand?
Sure. through your worship to Councillor Kelly, anything that is of temporary nature. If you're going out there to just put up a quick, shed and storing materials or things like that, those types of projects would not be eligible because we are looking for long-term sustainable growth and job creation in those areas.
So just to summarize, if it's industrial based, industrial focused, built out of steel, it should qualify.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes. And that is part of the reason why we have the cap that's on the industrial support services, is because that one right now we are proposing a higher eligible capital cost, right? The 5%. And so the thought is, well, we don't want to incentivize these smaller projects so much more so than the big project. We don't, we're specifically following the strategy for the recommendations for the hydrogen and ag, and that's where that 2.5%, and there's not a cap there. But we feel that for those other projects, if we're doing 5%, we don't want a project that's not one of those target sectors to come in and say be $15 million and get more than our target sectors. So that's why we have that cap of $250,000 to make sure that, yes, we're incentivizing the smaller growth of that ecosystem in our area, but we're not overly incentivizing something that's not in our target sectors.
And it all makes sense. The focus isn't as narrow as I originally thought it might be, and that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blissard.
Hi, thanks for all the information. So just let's assume a business is building just the minimum amount, $10 million. Any idea what the taxes on that is and how quickly they'll pay it back, or how quickly they lose their incentive? I guess if they have the maximum amount.
Through your worship to Councillor Blissard, we have done some initial financial modeling, and we are looking at the payback period to be, definitely before the 10 years is what we're looking at. And because with the financial models, there's a lot of informed assumptions, right? We're looking at assessment values and things like that, and the M&E depreciates slightly different than the property taxes. It does vary, but they would be getting their full amount before that 10 years is what we're showing. But a lot of our models are showing kind of between that 5 to 7 years.
Okay. And then after that, the city would get full taxes.
Through your worship to Councillor Blissard, that's correct.
Okay. And I don't know if I missed it. Is there a maximum they can get to? The chart didn't show, sure. I don't think, a maximum. Sure. So if a business, a great big huge one comes.
Through your worship to Councillor Blissard. So there is a cap on the industrial and manufacturing support incentive, and that is the $250,000. However, for the hydrogen and the value-added agriculture, those are based kind of off the model of the Heartland Incentive Program, and there is no cap there for those larger projects. But that incentive value, instead of being 5%, is that 2.5%.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, good report and great work compiling this list of incentives. Just a question about the value-added agriculture incentive. Where is this applicable in Fort Saskatchewan? Just because the minimal amount of farm now that we do have due to annexation right now is going to be consumed by development. So does this apply? And what could you envision happening in that scope and with the limited resource that we have in this sector?
Mm-hmm. Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So this value-added agriculture incentive is not for the initial growing of the agricultural products. This is more for that second stage, the value-add, kind of the manufacturing side of those products. So either turning it into a higher value item, or in some of the packaging, or just the creation of new products from the agriculture itself. So this is not something that would necessarily take place like in our agricultural areas. This is more of like a manufacturing type business. So it could take place in our light and medium industrial areas.
I see. Okay. Would fertilizer be under the umbrella of agriculture?
Just so I'm understanding, like the production of fertilizer?
Yeah, production, distribution of fertilizer.
I would have to check into that. That is not my understanding. My understanding is it's more for the production of food products and things along those lines. But that is something I could check on and get back to you.
Okay, yeah, just curious what the industry we have here, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. I've got a couple questions. Whoops, first one I'm going to ask to Blake, if that's okay, get a response, because if I remember, you're actually the one who's dealing with our industrial people now. Okay, so the question that I have is, being that you're working with our industrial people, whether I guess light, medium, and heavy now, who have you reached out to, or the impact and any feedback you've received?
Your Worship, most of the discussions that we've had have been with our economic development partners who engage with businesses generally across the world. And working with them, that's how we determined and how we pushed forward most of the incentives. A lot of it was also in discussion with our consultant, getting input about about what sectors to target. They did a lot of research into cost competitiveness, taking a look at the competitive gap, and suggesting not only the target markets, but the percentages and the eligible capital costs.
Okay, and the primary development lands, are we talking about, is that primarily the tag lands?
Yes.
Is there other lands?
Your Worship, yes.
It is?
Through your worship, yes. A lot of the lands that, especially that industrial support and manufacturing incentive, are kind of geared towards are some of the lands that are owned by TAG, and there's some other similar property owners that are kind of in that area. Yes, we did some consultation with the property owners, and then we also reviewed a lot of the requests for information that come into us from like Invest Alberta or through Edmonton Global, or in consultation with some of the other groups that are kind of bringing investors in. We're taking a look at what kinds of projects are showing interest in our area, what are some of the capital costs, what are some of those needs, and we use some of that to help inform the information.
Okay, and then the other question that I have is the $5,000 fee. Isn't that the same amount that we charge for the Heartland one?
To your worship, yes. And the reason for that fee is due to some of the costs that we incur when we are working with our experts in drafting things like our funding agreements, and that we foresee happening as we move forward with potentially having experts to take a look at some of the financials and things like that. So part of that fee is designed a little bit towards some of the cost recovery for some of the additional experts we need to bring in.
Okay, I guess the only question that I have on that is for $11 billion project, or $6.5 billion, it's 5,000, but for $1 million, it's 5,000. How do you weight the equity for that?
To your worship, that's something that we can take back and consider. I believe, or my understanding is that we would need to come forward with the fees and charges bylaws. Is my understanding. I can confirm with our leadership team. In my mind, I do see that disparity between the large projects and a smaller project, but I think some of it comes back to the cost recovery, but that's something I could consider.
Okay, so if we approve the bylaw today, that doesn't contain the $5,000, correct? Or you say you're going to come back with fees and charges?
To your worship, in the bylaw, I do believe that it specifically states that there is a $5,000 application fee, or so. To your worship, 1.5 of the bylaw for application fee says that the fee established by this bylaw is to be paid at the time of the application. And then when you refer to page page 8, it is 3B. In the amount of $5,000 or in accordance with the city's fees and charges bylaw if an application fee is therein set.
Okay, so that can be reviewed then. That's what I'm hearing. Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, through your worship, we will take this back again as an information request and just let us have a conversation. My understanding is the fee was set based on a cost recovery of our time to process the application, so that may or may not differ depending on the capital cost of the project itself. But we'll take that back and talk about it.
Okay, thanks. I'm not seeing any other questions, so what is the wish of council? Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I'm gonna just go back and find it here. So I'll move that council give first reading to major incentive bylaw C10-24.
All right, thank you. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak in favor?
Wait, what's funny? Yeah, absolutely. I do support this first reading. Thank you for the comprehensive work. Obviously, we want to attract investment and fill up medium light industrial lands with what we can, and I think certainly we can be a competitor and a player in this sector in this scale of sectors. So, especially with the Dow announcement that's come through, I think we'd be able to garner some further interest in our region, and I support the bylaw.
All right, thank you very much. I'll leave it open for discussion and debate. I'm just going to say I'll support the bylaw as well. As we've said with the other incentive programs that we've had, if we don't get anybody out there, 0 from 0 is 0. So if we can finally get something happening out there, it would be very exciting to see it start filling in from where the TAG Heartland 1 and 2 are all the way out to where, I don't know what the name of the new company is out there, to where Engie is, because it would nice to see the not hydrogen, the natural gas and all of those utilities actually making their way out there. So I think it's a long time overdue. I'm wishing them much success in trying to get anybody, and I wish you much success working with them to try and attract somebody. Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. I most certainly will support it. I think it's good work. Thank you. I do also believe that it's one of council's significant jobs on an ongoing basis is to try to attract business and industry to the community. They are really the financial drivers of our economy. I was worried when I read it that the focus was going to be too narrow. You've answered that. It won't be, and I'm happy. Pardon me. I am happy with that response. So let's put it out there. I would just add one last comment. There's no payback on this because there's really no investment from the city's perspective on this. Payback is normally when there's an investment and how much the cash flow coming back, how many years does it take to get my investment back? There's really no investment. In fact, we're trying to cover our expenses up front with the $5,000 fee. We're going after stuff that we don't already have. So any win or any success is a win as far as I'm concerned. And we must be and continue to be competitive within our particular region as well. So let's keep at it and see how this goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I'll support the motion. I just wanted to add that I thought it was really great work, and all my questions were answered in going through it. And I really think that it addresses any risk the city can have of these incentives. And yeah, just well done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, anything on close?
Nothing on close. No.
All right, I'll close the motion for first reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You can continue.
Yeah, I'll move that council give second reading to major incentive bylaw C10-24.
Thank you. Do you have anything further to speak in favor?
No, I think we have consensus here and nothing further.
Right, thank you. Is there any further discussion and debate? Not seeing any. I will close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Go ahead.
I'll move that council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading of major incentive bylaw C10-24.
Thank you. I'm going to close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is unanimous. Go ahead.
Move that council give third reading to major incentive bylaw C10-24.
Thank you. Anything further to speak in favor?
I'll just keep up the great work. I think you guys are doing great.
Great, thank you. Anything further on discussion and debate? Not seeing any, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Go forth and prosper. And Blake, I forget, what's your last name? Chartrand. Okay, great. For anybody who doesn't know, Blake is in economic development, and he's dealing with our industrial people. Okay, thank you. All right, notice of motions. Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Are you prepared, Irina, to put that on the screen for me? Please go ahead. Okay, Mayor Katcher, I give notice of motion that I will introduce the following motion at the July 2, 2024 regular council meeting. Now I can read it out if you require, but it's on the screen and it will be as distributed. It's up to you.
I think being that we're live stream, go ahead and read it out.
All right, thank you. The motion will be that council direct administration to undertake a review of policy GOV-002-C, the naming registry, that includes but is not limited to the following. Introduce procedural requirements for providing a more comprehensive and complete recording of the contributions and accomplishments of the individuals considered for the inclusion to the city naming registry, city naming registry list, including relevant supplementary information, timelines, and community support. Secondly, to develop an administrative review process to assess the quality and suitability of submissions before they are forwarded to council, ensuring that only well-supported and appropriate applications are considered. And thirdly, establish a process for retiring or reviewing names from the registry list to ensure the list remains relevant and manageable. And further, that this policy be brought back to a future committee of the whole meeting for council's feedback before the end of Q4 24. That's the motion. I would pause there. Mr. Fleming, you're happy with that timeline? It's manageable? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that was submitted to Ledge Services.
I'm sorry?
You had submitted that to Ledge Services?
Yes.
Obviously, yes. Okay. All right, thank you. So that'll come forward on July 2nd. Are there any other notice of motions? Okay, not seeing any. Any points of interest? Councillor Nguyen?
So Councillor Macon and I were able to attend the Petrochemical Summit, which is a fantastic conference and kind of meeting of the minds in the energy sector. There's a lot of excitement, obviously, both nationally and internationally with the Dow announcement and the trickle effect that that's having in the region. And I think it's certainly safe to say that we can be proud of the economic investment that is in our region currently and in the recent past and upcoming projects that are coming down the pipe, so to speak. We had presentations just in regards to the geopolitical landscape of the energy sector and predictions with upcoming federal elections both in the U.S. and Canada. And it was also an interesting report by an ESG consultant that ranked the Heartland as given the highest score for ESG and worldwide in regional industry locations. So we have a lot to be proud of here, and got a lot out of the conference, and it was a pleasure to go.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any other points of interest? Okay, not seeing any. Any councillor inquiries to administration? Okay, not seeing any. I'll take a motion to go in camera. Want to make the motion?
I just closed.
Councillor Macon?
I'll make the motion that we go in camera for reasons covered under FOIP.
All right, thank you very much. Please cast your vote.
Apologies, I turned off my Submit.
And that is carried unanimously. We will move in camera now. Thank you.
Yeah.